Alright. Well, then let's start our first stream off properly. And a quick refresher.
I heard
You
a
are
chord.
all, for various reasons or another, in a new world of Orcia. I'm going to start our focus on our 3 Imperials. You've all been on this boat for weeks after leaving the Imperial coasts, traveling north along relatively rough waves, especially considering some of you even remember times when storms weren't known in the Empire. So now, traveling along rough waves through storms and hunkering down underneath the bowels of the ship is quite an experience. Traveling the entire time with a relatively new captain and inexperienced crew, trying to make a name for themselves. There are dozens of people being transported within the ship, along with quite a bit of cargo. And the entire time, it's cramped and crowded, and generally an awful experience. But it can't be any worse than what you were leaving in the Empire. Finally, you'd hear the calls for land, and you'd get to work, pulling into the port. Moravaint and Marivin dropping off the various things along the port side, and Midas keeping an eye out for any trouble. Your last duty before you're all released. The entire time, you'd be seeing a lot of the locals that you'd heard quite a bit about. A local organization that they like to refer themselves as, though some of their detractors would consider them a gang, called the Finns, running most of the ports in the region, some various piracy, things of that nature. And you would have gotten a warning from your captain, not the biggest fan of Imperials. But once everything has been unloaded and all of the various people have left the ship, the captain would give you the last little pay, a couple days worth of trail rations, and see you off himself before the port leaves the harbor. Just up the thin docks, you can see the lowest level of the city going up into the plains. Around here, it's still relatively sparse, just a handful of buildings and a single town square. But between you and the town square, you would see 3 members of the Finn. 2 of them, just lowly grunts. You can tell by the green patches on their shoulder, green horns. But the third one was adorned with red patches. Seems to be leading the group, and approaching the 3 of you once you step off the ship and the other Finn has left. How would you 3 be carrying yourselves?
Well, I wasn't expected to be confronted so soon. But holier than thou is not true to Moravaint. So.
Holier than thou? What do you mean by that?
I'm stuck.
I don't understand.
I'm not going to hold myself pridefully in this. I'm fully aware, like, coming from the Empire, they're not gonna like me.
I was going to say cautious, but open-minded.
Marvin is probably slightly widening his stance. On guard, but not
Who's
hostile.
Standing in the front of the 3 of you? Or who wants to take a step towards the front, I suppose?
I suppose I'd be the best to.
Alright. Answers that. The commander would walk down the thin dock, only about 10 feet wide, approaching you with both of his subordinates walking tentatively behind him. Their hands are already on the hilts of their swords. Not drawn, but ready. commander would step up closer, eye you up and down, click open the button that holds his sword in its sheath. Say, it's not often that Imperials come here. What's your
Well,
business?
Lucky you, we don't come here as Imperials.
Could have fooled me.
Of course, adorned in their armor and their colors. We just haven't had the time, quite off the boat, to change.
Well, I'd recommend you get changed soon. Do you know where you're going?
A very vague idea.
Do you know where you are?
Do you mind enlightening me?
Welcome to Beachcrest. Finest port on this side of Orcia. You're about a day's travel from the dwarven city of Stonecrest, our sister city, if you want to call it that. And squarely in my territory.
And who might you be?
Stevenson, leader of this chapter. I run the local bar. Well, when I'm not receiving shipments from you.
Moravaint would hold his hand out for a handshake. The name's Moravaint. Hopefully, we might be working together. I like to make myself useful.
Well, you're not the worst I've met. He'd finally shake your hand, and the two guys behind him would relax a bit. He would look up towards the town square that you'd been unloading most of the things into. A single stone statue of a lion sitting in the center of it, otherwise completely unadorned. He would gesture to one of the buildings on the left. He says, if you don't have food, there's a bakery up that way. Head further into the town, you'll find our bar, but I don't recommend going there if you look like Imperials. There's another one east of the city that might be more friendly. And, continue up the road about a day, you'll find the mountain. Dwarves are there. I wouldn't recommend staying too close to the coast if I were you.
Well, where do you suggest we go to rest for the evening?
Head east. Don't come back here until you can hide those crystals of yours.
Well, the crystals I might not be able to help. The colors I can.
Then I'd stay east. If you head over to the east side, there's a little trail that goes into the woods. It's well worn, but certainly not civilized. If you follow it down a little ways, you'll find a place. It's a tavern in a tree stump. But they're more friendly with your sort. If you do end up looking for work, well, good luck around here.
I'll be sure to make a name for myself elsewhere. But I have no intent on causing problems.
That's good to hear. I'll see you on your way.
I would begin walking past him. Or with him, depending.
The other
Marivin
two
will
follow.
Yeah, Marivin will follow
yep.
behind.
I will also follow behind.
When you walk past, one of the underlings would lean over to Marivin as he passes and goes, "Keep your sword away, guardsman."
Marivin will not respond.
Are you taking their advice, or you want to explore the city a bit?
As much as I'd like to explore and get to know Beachcrest, we already know that people are not going to like us here.
Yeah, I say for now take their advice. Maybe try and find somewhere where we can change our clothes, something like that.
I
Look
am
less
under
imperial.
the assumption that you are probably the only one that's not in Imperial, Midas.
Got
Since you are in hiding, unlike the other two.
Right.
But you take his advice and you head along the eastern side of the town, skirting the outside. You see quite a few of the Finns and their various patches. Most of them are green, the vast majority. At best, you'll see some browns along the way. But for the most part, they stay out of your way as long as you don't go down any major streets. You do eventually find the trail they were talking about. You see a lot of wagon wheels and hoof prints, though no signs of any kind of roads or guidance beyond the actual trail. But it wouldn't take you very long, only a few minutes going down that way, before you would see what he was talking about. While most of the forest is nothing more than pine and oak, you do see one tree stump that is clearly from a redwood. It looks about 70 feet across and multiple stories tall. It's been carved out. You can see windows built into the side of bark, which has been preserved, presumably through some form of magic. And you would hear quite a bit of music and clinking of glasses and merriment from inside of the stump.
Well, if these guys are going to be more friendly to us than them, might as well introduce ourselves.
Say we could use a drink after the long journey.
I don't think I need a drink with still need to get my land legs back.
Well, you head around, and sure enough, you find an open door with a single young man standing in front of it. He does appear elven, though his complexion seems a little off. He does even seem to be wearing quite a bit of makeup as if to cover it. Bright red hair, pale skin, and clad in very, very thick leather. But peculiarly, multiple spots of his body are completely uncovered by the armor, along his sides and shoulders. Along with that, you would see a pair of swords, sawtooth. Very
Would love to have a drink if you don't mind. What have you got?
I don't mind at all. There's some ground rules, though.
Of course.
Simple. No politics, no shop talk, no starting a fight.
My colors aren't going to bring an issue, is it?
I said no politics, didn't I?
Well, then I suppose it's as good as any.
Alright. What's your name?
I'm Moravaint. And I would hold out my hand again.
He would shake your hand very firmly, pulling you a little closer and looking at the other two. And you two?
Marivin.
Midas.
Nice to meet you three. I'm Ivy, owner's son. I assume you're all three new to town then?
Fresh off the boat.
So you are Imperial.
Former.
Right, you just might have a death wish. Come on in. He opens the door and starts to walk you. Inside, you'd see quite a few people. One or two Fae sitting in a corner talking. A few goblins and orcs even. Multiple of the Finns are sitting around one table drinking and playing dice. Behind the bar, there's a single young lady, very clearly related to the bouncer, laughing it up and talking with a few of the Finns that are sitting at the bar. And every so often, you would see the back door open and a very large, furry hand putting things through the small door. Everything seemed to be running like a normal tavern. But where do you think you want to go?
We go to the bar top. Talk
Bar
to the
top's
girl
probably
that
best
looks
option.
like Ivy.
All right. Well, you walk over, and the young lady would see the three of you, and her face would light up. Before you'd even sat down, she had 3 mugs on the counter and a bottle in her hand. You 3 must be new, if Ivy's bringing you in. Sit down, first round's free.
And here I was prepared to pay for the first round.
No. New faces, we treat them well. What's your name, you 3? And she starts pouring out what looks like a very brightly colored wine.
I don't like that. I'm Moravaint.
Midas.
Marivin Ocram.
Nice to meet you 3. I'm Mesquite. I run things around here for the most part. Hope my little brother didn't give you too much trouble at the door. He can be a little cautious.
Caution is a necessity.
Well, glad to see it wasn't offensive at the least. He told you all the rules, we won't have a problem?
No
Sounds
problem
good
at
to me.
all.
Indeed.
Perfect. Drink up. And she would slide the 3 glasses to all 3 of you.
I would raise a toast to a new land.
And away from the old one.
All right. Would the 3 of you, for audience and for someone else in the call, tell us what you look like as you're drinking your first drink?
As I tilt the mug back, take a fresh sip and slam it back down on the counter. The crystals of cerulean glass, almost, start to fizzle and relax, almost, around me. Moravaint is a Archon-blooded Aasimar. Silvery tones coating his hair and by the wings on his back. His eyes match the blue of the glass surrounding him. And though he wears very light armor, he prefers to keep his robe tucked both over his wings and over his armor. Everything as such coated in the imperial colors of gold and red.
All right. Marivin?
Marivin will lightly sip at the drink, and as he does this, removes some of the imperial colors still left on his uniform. He's a white-haired, angel-blooded Aasimar. Surprisingly blue eyes. He has a stronger than average build, and he carries himself very neatly.
All right. And Midas?
Midas will pretend to drink, but not, staying cautious of the brightly colored wine. He is a quasage. Is that how you pronounce it?
Quasage, yes.
Quasage. So a smaller humanoid draconic race, wearing mostly dark clothing, kind of in hiding, from his imperial roots. And average smaller build with a dagger and a rapier.
All right. And then I believe we have a visitor coming in.
Are we supposed to react to the visitor coming in?
I'm trying to
Sorry.
tee Braden up.
No, yeah, I heard you. It's just I
No,
unmuted and then my internet immediately cut out.
I feel that.
Upon seeing the 3 new faces enter the bar, Matteo would kind of watch them approach, and as they began to drink down, he would stand up and walk his way over, the clack of his cane across the floor as he approached behind, making it very obvious that he's approaching. Matteo is dressed in a dark red, sort of like ringleader circus kind of coat with black pants and fingerless gloves as well, and a very tall red top hat. The cane in question is made of this sort of very dark black metal with a large red gem on the top. Well, you three are new here. As someone who is also a bit unfamiliar to the place, I'd like to greet you. Name's Matteo Malandri. What might bring you all here?
Looking for a new start. At least myself. I'm Moravaint, by the way.
Good to meet you. And I see we have similar goals. And the rest of yous?
A new start
Same as-
sounds just right.
Yeah, same as those. Marivin.
And Midas.
Pleasure to meet you all.
How long have you been in town?
Oh, me? Saul, how long would I have been around? I know you've probably told me this before.
I mean, somewhere between a month and a few days.
Okay.
Your personal preference.
I've been kicking around a few weeks. Making friends, connections, that sort of thing.
And
Were
drinking
you-
half my bar?
Oh. Were you former Imperial as well?
Oh, no. Much less above board than that, but I am familiar with the colors.
Quite well dressed for being in the middle of a forest.
I like to keep up appearances.
You do so well.
Much obliged, my friend. And be it good or bad for your current situation, you do at least command a bit of attention. Well, you two at least. And he points to the 2 obviously Imperial people.
Well, minus the cape, I don't intend to fly these colors long.
Probably a good idea.
Well,
Can you
lose
tell
all
us
of it and make it-
Can you tell us about the Finns at all?
Yeah, I can take that over for a second.
Okay.
The Finns, descended from a local royal human family, used to run the town. In recent years, that particular lineage has kind of gone missing. They're waiting on an official heir. And because through their traditions they cannot name an heir, they can't actually organize under the throne. In the meantime, their sister city has taken over, but without any real governing power, the followers of the original family have descended to become essentially a very fraternity-based gang, handling most of the shipping in Portland.
Thanks, Mesquite. She's in background, it counts.
What about a man named
Hilarious.
Stevenson? Does he ever come in here?
Ugh!
Not a fan, I take it.
He's a competitor. He doesn't like to follow the no politics rule either. He's
Fair enough.
alright. He's alright. He's not a bad guy. He's how do you put it? He's a loyalist. He believes in loyalty to their family, which I can respect. Unfortunately, that does mean that his people get off without proper discipline a lot of time.
Where have I heard that before?
In every dysfunctional family you've ever seen.
Or
And
empire?
then some.
Anyway.
No. The good news is, if Stevenson doesn't like you, he'll stab you in the front.
Fair enough.
Matteo would kind of lean in and say, "It's a nice change of pace."
Anyone tried to stab him in the front? Or stab him back, I guess?
Oh, sure, plenty have tried. I mean, he's no pushover. Though, to be completely honest, very rarely does he get into a fight himself. He tries to save his own steel for when he has to use it. He's much more likely to send his men after you.
Well, one of the few cases where the saying, if you want it done right, do it yourself, doesn't apply.
He says it's to give his men experience, let them earn honor themselves. If you buy it.
Sounds like I'm broke.
Very few earn honor through death.
She would pour you another glass. By now you would have figured out what it is. It is a extremely fruity mead.
Okay.
Strong honey flavor, but you can't even identify what berry it is. It overwhelms any senses that you use to try to detect it. Meanwhile, behind you, a couple of the Finns would start to get a little rowdy. And you would get your first glimpse of Ivy when he walks over and attempts to remove a patron. The fight, if you would call it that, is very, very short. When the patron first goes to grab him, you would see why his armor leaves his skin uncovered, as spots of it would erupt open and vines would come out from his skin, wrapping around the person who went to grab him. He wouldn't even have to lift a finger as he just drags them out by the vines. Walking out with them, tossing them in the dirt, and slamming the door behind him. Judging from the reaction of most of the patrons, this isn't even a rare occurrence.
Good thing I'm on the right side.
Indeed.
At least currently.
Mesquite would continue pouring your drinks, not even seeming to be concerned with costs or telling you that. After a while, a lot of the patrons would begin to filter away. Some would leave through the front, and some would go upstairs, presumably to wherever the rooms are. And as things slowed down, you would see another member of the family. A relatively young lady. She looks like she might be 10 to 12. Runs out of the kitchen, you presume at this point, and begins running around and bringing various plates and bowls of food to a lot of the patrons that are around. Each time she would walk over to one, she would drop it off, very happily thank them for coming, and most of them would hand her a copper as she would run around the bar. Eventually, she would pick up 3 bowls of what appears to be some form of stew and bring it up. Sorry, 4 bowls of what appears to be stew, and runs over, placing them on the bar for you. And she would perk up at seeing new faces and say, "Hi everyone, I'm Violet. I hope you enjoy dinner."
It's a pleasure to meet you, Violet. And I'll hand her a copper as well.
She would smile and take the copper.
Thank you for the meal.
She would turn around and head right back into the kitchen. You could see Mesquite was already laughing.
Family-run business.
Indeed, little sister. There's one more of us, but she's not home at the moment, out running errands. She'll be back tomorrow, I think.
Speaking of errands and tomorrow, I don't suppose you have some extra rooms.
Actually, I do. Yeah, I can get you some set up. 3 of you. You need 3 rooms?
Should we do 3 rooms?
4 or 3?
Matteo already has one.
I already got
Okay.
one. I've been here for a few weeks.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. 3
Preferably
rooms.
3.
Alright. Yeah, I can get that started for you. Tell you what, you guys need to get your feet on the ground. Hand me a silver, we'll call it a week. The last thing I want is 3 Imperials trying to sleep on the road.
Well, it's certainly appreciated.
Yeah.
And I would toss her 3 silver for all of us.
She would take it and just gesture the stairs and say, "We run on honor system. There are locks on the doors, but I'm not gonna pretend that I'm gonna be checking every room."
Fair enough. If you don't mind me asking, as we said earlier, we are trying to build a new life here.
Of course.
Do you, by chance, have anything we could do to make a name for ourselves?
You all look like you're not strangers to dangerous situations.
Sadly not.
Not at all.
Well, I'm glad you're on board, Matteo. I was gonna tell you were doing it later.
As expected.
At least now you have some help.
Why don't you guys eat, go clean up, and come back down? We had something we were talking about contracting out, but I'd rather let my father handle that.
Alright. Come back down a little later then?
Yeah, once most people come to bed, he likes to only come out when he needs to.
I understand.
I just realized, is there a way for me to show a picture in Foundry for the purpose of stream?
I don't have an answer for that one.
I mean, you could,
In the
but it would involve me having to show, like I would have to change slides and battle map and all that.
I should know if there's any way for me to, like, post a picture. Just a
in Foundry, you can use the journals section to do stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, that works.
But I
That's
wouldn't,
how I do it, at least.
I wouldn't put it up on stream, I don't think.
It wouldn't, but we could switch over to it momentarily.
I could.
We're not Critical Role.
No.
We do have scuff in the tags.
You right.
All. That did not work.
I can have
All right.
stuff in the tags, but still try to be somewhat seamless.
Understandable.
I do my
Well,
best.
it's something we'll deal with in the future. I will send it in our voice chat so that we can all see it this time, and we'll work on that in the future. It's one thing I didn't think about.
Alrighty.
All right. Well, you all enjoy your stew. It is very, very basic, a mixture of fruit and some kind of wild game. The night would go on. Quite a lot of people would be playing dice and cards and things. Though the currencies would get a little mixed up. Quite a few times people would swap from coins to what, on closer inspection, would look like teeth. Matteo would already be familiar with this. In most of this region, gold is interchangeable with teeth, specifically orc teeth. After all of the feral orcs coming into the region, it was set up as a bounty to deal with the overgrowth. Quite a grim sight for anyone from the Empire. But the night would go on. More and more people would get rowdy as the night goes on. You'd see Ivy dragging more and more people out. Eventually, they would get the idea and most of them would go to bed. Once things had slowed down, the various family members would begin to somewhat collect at one of the tables. You'd see them start to drink and start to eat. At that point, Mesquite would wave you over and say, hey, why don't you join us for a bit? Or,
I will make my way over there.
Walk toward.
she would pour you each another glass. This time pulling out some liquor. Nothing too smooth or anything, but a little stronger than the mead you had been drinking. They would eat mostly in silence, as if they were exhausted. And after a while, the door to the back would open, and you would see your first glimpse of the full body of their father. Beer mug for scale. I'm going to assume everyone has looked at it by now.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Give a brief description.
A very, very large bear-like man.
Looked at what? Sorry.
Oh, in the Discord chat, I have a picture of the guy.
In the sanctum.
In the sanctum.
The wrong place.
A very, very large bear-like. His paws would be as large as some men's chest.
Jesus. He's
He
probably
would
like
sit
twice the size of
down
mine then.
He would sit down on one of the benches and it would bend and creak under his weight, leaning on the table and causing the entire thing to become crooked. The moment he sat down, Mesquite would pour him an extra large tankard of the mead that you'd been drinking earlier. And he would slowly look over at the four of you. After a moment, he would open his mouth and in a very low voice begin to address you. So you are the 4 Imperials who came in on the boat today.
3, actually.
3. You're absolutely correct. 3 Imperials and Matteo.
If you want to be an honorary Imperial, well, I'm so sorry for you.
I'll pass, thank you.
Mateo's
Okay.
kind or about as, well, about as popular at the moment. I am sorry about that, Matteo. I do think you got a little bit of the short straw.
I'm used to it.
Well, I heard you were looking for work.
It'd be nice to make a name for ourselves, other than just Imperials.
Wouldn't mind the coin.
Fair enough. It pays well. There's been a group of greenskins getting involved in the town lately. Mostly goblins, but a few orcs as well.
Marivin will shift uncomfortably.
Last week, they broke in and stole a month's worth of my mead. And that's the most recent theft.
Well, at least they got good taste.
I saw your expression, young man. Is everything all right?
Just prior experiences in the Empire.
I can assure you, Imperial orcs are nothing like our variety.
I can see that you use their teeth as currency. What's that about?
It was a bounty. It was set up by the Dwarven King recently. Anyone can exchange a tooth from an orc for a gold at any point. The Finns very rarely go to the Dwarven city, so there's a lot of teeth in circulation at any given time.
So any teeth we pick up in this journey, we're allowed to keep ourselves too then?
Yep. You're looking at about 30 gold ahead.
And what was your name, good sir?
Teddy,
And you own this establishment then?
I built it.
And everyone that works here, your kin?
You could say that. Adopted. I know we look exactly alike.
Well, maybe Ivy here.
Ivy would laugh and take another drink. Do you have any qualms getting rid of a raiding party?
Sounds like just the kind of work we were looking for.
Not my usual line of business, but it's always good to try new things.
I hate to be a stickler, but is it necessary to take their teeth?
Not at all. Bring me the mead back, I'll pay you for it appropriately. Get rid of the orcs, there's a bounty. There's a couple of business owners around here who'd be very happy to see them gone. And, well, personally, I'd be happy to pay your rent for a while. If you can get rid of the hassle. I'd hate to have to go myself or send Ivy.
Could I pull Moravaint to the side and ask him what his qualms with the teeth are?
It's my oath.
What oath?
When I
You made
left,
an oath not to pull teeth?
well, not quite.
My oath against dentists.
An apple a day. When I left the Empire, I changed my source of magic. I was loyal to Sanct for almost all my life. But as of recently, and I would take the scabbard off of the back of, off of my back, and gesture to the seals keeping the sword in its sheath. As of recently, this is my source of power. An oath against harm.
Look, you don't gotta harm anybody. I can do that. I'm sure someone else in the party can too.
I'm sure
Just
you
help
all
us out.
can. But if there's an alternative way for us to collect this mead, then I would appreciate searching for it.
We'll do our best then.
I appreciate it.
If it helps, not every orc that's there is feral. They do have a leader.
And it makes
You
it worse.
might be able to twist his arm. I don't know
Yeah.
too much about him. Some up and coming.
I'm
But
not
he-
much of a chatter. Leave the talking to any of you guys.
I haven't had much practice with it, but it's something I need to get.
Well,
If you all don't mind, I would prefer to attempt to get it back peacefully or stealthily before aggressively.
Understood.
I'm with him on this.
Sounds good to me.
do it your way, but prepare for the worst. As I said, the orcs around here are far less civilized than the Imperial variety.
Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. A saying to live by.
Someone's seen combat.
More than I wish I had. And I'm sure plenty more ahead.
I'd like to hear your stories sometime.
One day.
Well, it's in no rush. I'll have Mesquite draw you up a map. It's not like they're going anywhere. But I suppose the longer you wait, the more of the mead will go bad.
Speaking of, what was in that mead? I couldn't place it.
Are you sure you want to know?
Not anymore.
He would give a deep bellowing laugh that would rattle some of the bottles on the walls. Before leaning in and goes, they're good berries.
Now, here's the next question. Would Moravaint know what a good berry is?
That is a good question. Do you have knowledge in nature?
I
Probably
do.
not.
Lovely.
Nope.
What do you check that?
It's going to be on your sheet under skills.
Skills.
Marvin,
If it's
don't
grayed
touch
out,
that.
you don't have it.
Right. Someone has it, right?
I do.
Not I.
You want to roll?
Sure.
First roll of the game.
Here's hoping.
It's a 2!
That's,
Plus
you know
three.
what? That checks.
Starting my
Yeah.
luck off strong.
Now, I think technically speaking, that should have been a secret GM roll.
But it's
Oh,
too
I
funny.
found it.
It was the first roll, it's fine.
That's
Well-
hilarious.
Since because of the fact that that is low enough that I should technically give you false information, give me another one.
Okay. Private this time.
Uh-huh.
How do you do the private versus like the public?
At the bottom right, do you see where it says public roll?
When you go to
Yeah,
roll.
I got it. Understood.
If you set it to a blind GM roll, it will only show me.
Well, what's the private GM roll versus the
Private
blind
GM roll is just the player and the GM.
Well, what about what's the blind GM roll?
Blind is just the GM.
Oh, okay. So the player doesn't even get to see it.
Yep.
Correct.
Got
That
it.
was a blind, right?
That was a blind, yes. The
Okay,
second one.
perfect.
I know I can't see it.
Good berries. They're berries and they're good.
Well, that's what I was saying.
Sounds about right.
It's
Seeing that none of you know what it is, Mesquite would lean over and elbow her dad for a moment. Sorry. Good berries are magical berries.
I'm gonna nod my head along, like I understand. I can't say I've ever encountered them.
Well, you wouldn't. Most of that practice isn't allowed where you're from. But don't worry, you'll see quite a bit of it here.
I welcome it.
So, while you're here, after I did just give you a job, it seems only fair. Do you have any questions for me?
I can't say I have any currently.
Is there somewhere around here where we can, where these two, I guess, can shed their Imperial garb? Look a little less conspicuous?
Well, there's a shop in the town that'll sell you clothes, but I suppose that wouldn't really be ideal.
Would a firework?
I'm sorry?
Would a firework? For you, Moravaint? I wouldn't mind burning what I have, but...
Did you put us in your pocket?
Huh?
What?
It's not just me, right?
What
it
is
does sound muffled.
Do I?
A little bit, yeah.
Hold, please.
I can understand. I understood him.
I understand.
I missed half of it.
He was asking if they could burn, if y'all could just burn y'all's clothes, but y'all still need some to replace them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I meant more burn the cape. Insignia.
Well, your insignias are made of metal, but, you can get rid of them.
Works for me.
You could sell them as scrap if you really wanted to.
I would keep them in my bag.
Is it just the insignia that's giving them the appearance of Imperials?
Not entirely. He touched on it earlier, but Moravaint has crystals floating around him.
Uh-huh.
That's Imperial magic.
So, no matter what, he's always going to be seen as an Imperial then.
At least someone with roots there.
Way to go, Moravaint.
I was born this way.
Hilarious.
I can
Don't
change
worry
my
if
clothes.
If
but-
you handle that job and make sure they don't come back, the local businesses will be very pleased.
Well, sounds like we need to handle that job.
Might need to do that before we go and get a new change of clothes. I don't want to be charged extra for being Imperial.
Sounds good. Anybody else have any questions for Teddy?
I am
No! Alright,
all good.
time to drink!
Cheers.
He would grab another bottle. He would drink with you for a while before he would get up. You'd see that the bench now has a crack in it. And he would slowly lumber back through the kitchen. The siblings would follow pretty soon behind him, heading back through the back rooms. And leaving you three to sleep.
I would make sure before I head up the stairs that I would just put whatever bowl and mug I had on the bar top.
Mm-hmm. Whenever you go back, you would see below the bar where you couldn't see it before. Violet is currently washing dishes. She seems very happy. She doesn't seem like she's sad. She's just washing away.
Have a
Whenever
good
you
night,
would
Violet.
drop it off, she would look up and say, "Oh, thank you."
Have a good night, Violet.
You too, Morvan.
Moravaint.
Close
Close
enough.
enough.
You can call me Raven if you'd like.
Raven. That's a pretty name.
They're pretty birds.
What race does Violet look like?
She looks like a very, very young elf. She looks like in human years 10, but elven.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Alright. I suppose that's the end of that night.
I suppose
If
so.
no one has any objections.
All right. The next morning, you would all wake up. Moravaint, you would find slipped under your door is a small piece of parchment with a quickly drawn map showing you a way to a river, down the river, a couple of turns, and finally a location marked as their camp.
Over the river and through the woods. Got it.
Yes, by your grandmother's house.
I gotta make a fresh batch of cookies.
Do you all have any business you'd like to attend to before you go?
I'd like to stretch.
Um,
Do I need an acrobatics roll?
No, I need a constitution check.
Bet.
I'm waiting.
I'm trying. Hold on. There we go. Cool.
I'm
You hurt your
waiting.
back.
I Mischief.
We are not doing
That's
great.
not serious, right?
No,
No.
no, I'm
No.
Okay.
we're fucking.
God damn it, Moravaint.
No. All right, so no more business. Are you just going to go straight there? Or are you going to go to the town? Just clarify.
Right there, in my opinion.
Probably a good idea.
Okay,
All
with
right.
that,
I mean, grab breakfast first.
Oh, sure. There's some.
I was about to say, before we left, is Violet still working, or what's she doing?
Oh no, the next morning Violet is gone. Wherever she is, it's not here.
Okay. Like,
I'm wondering,
golly.
Presumably she's sleeping.
do we need to pay for
sounds
any of this?
They haven't asked you yet.
That's concerning.
Well,
No, we're
we
about to
paid
do
for
a
the
job scan.
rooms. We
Yeah,
paid for
you
the
paid for the
rooms.
rooms.
Or, I mean, Moravaint paid for the room for us.
Mhm.
Do we see, like, in our inventory, like, how he paid with 3 silvers? Like, do we have money, like, where we
Yes,
can...
you do. It's under your inventory.
Okay.
You have currency set up. Oh, so specifically, I'm gonna let you know this, Cam. Your backpack. At the moment,
Yeah.
you are carrying more than you can carry safely, like in combat. Which is
Okay.
why you see at the bottom where it's mentioning your medium load and all that.
Uh-huh.
Anytime you leave your backpack, like at your room or wherever your place is, that wheelbarrow symbol that is currently checked on your backpack, you can just uncheck that and it will lower your weight. Yeah.
So I could choose to leave that before we went out?
If you wanted to take anything out of it, you can, and then you would just uncarry it so that you only have the weight that's currently being held.
Oh, okay. So I could leave some stuff here? Is that what
Yep.
you're saying?
Yep. If you wanted to, for example, like, if you wanted to take your, I don't know, your rope, then you could move it to your main inventory, and then uncarry your backpack when you leave the place. Think of it
What
like you actually.
all can I fit into my main inventory?
If you're wanting to see that, just mark your backpack as uncarried, like that, and then drag whatever you want into your inventory from your backpack. Yep.
Okay.
Just to get you used to carry weight.
Okay, that's kind of cool. I like having to take the backpack and drag everything
Where do
else
you
onto
see
it.
the currency that you were talking about?
So at the moment, the currency is above your inventory. It's actually in the wrong one right now, so I'm going to fix it. It's
I had to move mine over too.
right there. It's now in your currency slots at the top. Under your inventory at the very top, it'll say currency. It's currently 2.1 pounds, 102 GP, 2 SP.
Gold pieces, silver pieces. Is that what that is?
Yep. It's platinum, gold, silver, and copper, and it's 10-1 every time.
Okay.
If you want to put any of that into your backpack, you will not have to carry it. At the moment, you are getting about 2 pounds from your coins. Just keep in mind, if anyone ever steals your backpack, they get everything in it.
Right.
Yep. All right.
I do have a quick question. I think this was from when we were testing it out, but I do have a second tower shield in my backpack. I don't think I'm supposed to have that.
I don't think you're supposed to have that either. Would you please get rid of it?
You got it.
Oh no.
I'm sure that's from when I was testing it, but
Maravin's doing the door shield from Dark Souls.
Not this time.
are you supposed to have a heavy pick?
Yes. I
Okay.
do.
Okay, I wanted to make sure. All right. In that case, you all would begin traveling along your way. While you get your inventory set up. The river here is very, very fast-moving rapids. It is traveling from west to east around here. It seems to go all the way up into the mountains, where you can even see some trails and torches high up in the hills. And then traveling down into the woods. Following the river wouldn't be too difficult. It seems like quite a few people do travel this way, so there's a worn trail along its side, on both sides, with the occasional rope bridge to help people get across. But it would take a couple of hours travel to get to where you're trying to go. Certainly not all day, but a couple of hours. Does anyone have any more prep they want to do before?
I do have one quick question. What does being in a medium load affect?
It's going to give you, like, basically some armor check penalty. You can't sprint. I want to say it gives a couple more things, but allow me to go and check the exacts so that I don't,
Lie.
Yeah, I don't want to tell you anything that is not true, so let me check. That is... There we go. All right. Okay. If you are in a medium load, it does reduce your running rate. It will reduce your movement speed slightly. And it will provide a check penalty and a maximum dexterity to dodging. So anyone who is light armor is going to be the most effective. The heavier armor you have, the less it's going to bother you.
Okay, I think I did my inventory how I wanted it to. Like, I pulled some stuff out and I left the backpack behind. That's
Yep.
correct, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
That's
Alright, good deal. Sounds good.
all right. I believe it should automatically properly calculate all of your encumbrance effects, but I'm going to go check specifically for you, Karter. Yeah, you're fine. Yours is already calculated in.
Great.
Alright. Is everyone ready?
Do you mind reminding me where languages are?
Yes. Not everyone set up languages, did they?
I completely forgot. I could do that
Okay.
real quick though.
That's fine. Let's do that really quick.
Oh, I see them. They're in attributes.
They are in attributes. Moravaints are set up. You have Infernal, Common, and Celestial.
Yeah.
I
I don't have Orcish.
Midas should have 2 more languages.
I should? Okay.
Yes.
Common, Draconic, and what else?
That is a good question. Do you have preferences on types of people you would have grown up around? Elves, fae, gnomes, an elemental of some variety? Just personal preference. If not, I'll just give you what I think would have been most common.
I was about to say, yeah, probably just give me what's most common and what goes along with like the friends in low places sort of deal.
Friends in low places. I would say, I'm going to say, based on where you are, you're still going to have Celestial and Elven.
Okay.
I'll add those two to you. Is Marivin set up?
Yep, I get 2. My base languages.
Alright, yep. So, we're good. I don't know how many languages you get, Matteo, but if you have any questions about what's in the region, just let me know.
I would like to question. I got Infernal. I know is obvious one.
Yeah.
And I need 2 more.
The most common one in your hometown would be Elven, like by far.
Okay.
And then beyond that, if you already have Infernal, any elemental language would be relatively common where you are. Specifically, Terran and Ignan. Orcs would be very common in that region as well, but they would have been hostile to most of the people in your town.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the most common ones. Gnomes would be another. Or Abyssal. Alright. Go in Ignan and Infernal.
Alright.
All good? All.
So to clarify, now that those languages have been finalized, no one has Orcish, do we?
Nope.
Alright, well, negotiations are gonna be...
covered.
Nah. Negotiations are gonna be short.
Actually, as the guy who's like half of their class depends on the person understanding my language, I should probably pick Orcish.
Orcs are more feral around here.
Oh, so it may not even matter.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
Never
no,
mind
I am talking about the language of the feral orcs as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
2 different languages?
You'd be able to speak with the orcs. Same
Okay.
language, different dialect.
Cool. Minor update then. But yeah, we're good now.
We metagame, it's fine.
I mean, when the options are metagame or half your class doesn't function, you know.
Yeah, actually, you got a point there.
We'll bend a rule.
All right. Trying to pick out one thing because I realized that I don't have a good, solid separation between these two things for you guys. Hold on. There we go. That one needs to be this. There we go. All right. Why did that just do that? What the hell?
But can it heal?
Can you dig it?
Can you dig it?
Why is that doing that? Did I not just change? Okay.
It's almost time.
For all of us to die.
It is in fact almost time.
It is entirely likely that I get my shit kicked in. I just want everybody to know this.
Well, I mean, isn't it entirely likely that we all get our shit kicked in?
You, no.
Oh, me no?
Karter, no. Me? Yeah. I don't know about Matteo.
15 health with a 12 AC, probably gonna die.
Holy shit.
Jesus.
Dude, you and me both, except my AC is 13.
Okay, to be fair, you're also like your entire thing is defensive stuff. I just yell
Yeah.
at people.
I can hit from afar. I'll keep you safe.
And I can make it so they can't hit you.
What do you
That
see,
would be
AC?
great.
Is that under summary?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Sorry to keep you all waiting.
Nah, you're good.
How dare you?
I know, I'm a horrible, horrible person. Okay. Now, you would all begin to approach the camp. As stealth was mentioned earlier, I'm going to assume you do not give yourself away super far away. I'm not going to require checks for this point.
Mhm.
I am going to put you all on the board.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It begins.
We're here.
I'm just gonna put you guys down here a little bit. You guys can move around a couple feet if you want.
Okay.
Just for general travel purposes. Now, every single one of those is a goblin. You see quite a few dancing around a bonfire. You see one leaning against the stone cliffs. You see two up the river fishing. And three...
Is the map like up in the top right corner for everybody? Like I feel like it's not like
I can't move you. So at the top, do you see where it says the camp?
the camp.
If you right click and drag, you can move the
Oh,
move the
okay,
map.
that's what I needed. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Is it just me, or is it very laggy?
For me, it's not loading entirely.
Ooh, it is definitely a little bit laggy.
Laggy how?
Not unplayably, but
I
the
don't really
goblin
see it.
icons are horrifying.
It's not really laggy for me.
Well,
It's
give it
not
a second,
unplayable.
Maybe it'll stabilize.
What?
Yeah.
What lag? Like what example?
Like when I try
It
to click
feels
and
like
drag it.
Yeah.
Like when you pick and move stuff, it feels laggy. Pick it like when you move the whole map and stuff, it feels.
When I
laggy?
hold right click and move the map, it drags a little bit.
Oh, yeah, that's a little.
Okay, yeah, if I move it really quickly, it does, but not like if I'm just adjusting it slightly.
I'm gonna go refresh and see what happens.
Oh, all my stuff is a little laggy. I'm moving tabs as well.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Ooh. I like the overlay.
Behold.
So all of the little skull icons are a goblin, though?
Every single one's a goblin.
They're fucking horrifying. That image, it's...
I figured out what it is.
What is it?
It's the fire.
Is it the fire?
It's the fire.
So no more effects on boards.
I like it.
It's not.
I like
it's
it.
not unplayable. I will say that. Like, it's not unplayable.
True,
Oh,
but I'd
the
rather
water
a
is
static
good
effect
too.
if it'll avoid lag.
Okay, fair.
I mean, how is the lag going to affect anything?
I mean, that is a fair point. It is a turn-based game.
Yeah, it should be fine.
I draw it out
I usually do have a, I'm running on a Mac Mini here, so anything to minimize lag is amazing.
Fair.
I will fix that in the future. At the moment, I think we deal with it because it would take me
Yep.
a lot of effort to get that removed.
Yeah, no, I'll deal with it.
Alrighty.
Let's
Oh,
go!
it's not just the fire, the water moves too and stuff, so...
There's
look,
some little mosquitoes, right? Like flying around.
Yeah,
Those
you
are
can see
technically our
like the
cursors.
trees moving and stuff.
Oh wait, those are y'all's cursors?
Little
I thought those were like mosquitoes on the map.
I mean, I might as well be one. Gonna go sting him like, nyeh, nyeh.
It's a shame we can't do the actual live maps, but that's alright.
I blame Foundry.
Maybe I can give a lower quality one and it'll be less laggy next time. I'll try it out.
Ooh, no, please don't quit out of my browser.
Alright. As I said though, there's one leaning against the stone face.
Uh-huh.
There are 5 of them around the bonfire.
Uh-huh.
3 of them are throwing what appears to be a sharpened piece of bone at a tree stump.
Nice.
And 2 of them are fishing up the river. All of them are clad in what appears to be stripped leather, like they took it straight off a beast and wrapped it around themselves. At most pinned with some small pieces of bone. And all of them screaming and laughing in Goblin.
How close is Goblin to Orcish?
They're adjacent, but it's kind of like trying to speak Spanish if you learned Portuguese.
We'll pick up something.
Okay.
So. Oh, and in case it wasn't obvious, you can see the opening to the cave right here.
Where was the cave opening?
Right here.
Okay,
You can
gotcha.
just barely see the start of it.
I say we try to make our way to the cave.
Quiet,
Sounds good.
I'm assuming.
Preferably.
I'll try.
Oh, hold on, I gotta pull up my character sheet. Oh yeah, that's not gonna end well.
Oh shit!
No, yeah, that's not gonna end well.
Guys, I should
Where's your character sheet?
You can only access your own.
I know. How do I access mine?
Oh, on the third tab on the right, the little like person symbol. Click on that, and then click on
Okay.
I think player, and then your name.
What were you trying to see on your, like?
I was looking at myself.
Were you looking at your attributes or inventory
Skills.
feature skills? Okay, you're looking at your skills. That's where I was. All right, I'm just making sure.
I
Well,
should
I have really good stealth.
I should inform the group here that armor check penalty applies to stealth.
And
My
you're
current
wearing
stealth-
heavy.
My stealth is a -15.
So
Yeah.
I'm like the only person that can stealth this.
I can
Yeah.
also stealth.
Okay.
I
I am a
can on
human.
average.
I was gonna say, what are the other two gonna do? Well, if we stealth through here.
I kind of have to roll a nat 20 to get anywhere with stealth.
So would it be in our better interest to try and take out this party? I thought we were trying to be non-violent.
I
I
definitely
can-
prefer to be non-violent.
I can try and get as far as possible away from the party and then very slowly walk, but I might get into combat. I'll try my best, but if stuff's gonna go awry. So,
Hmm. Since we can't really negotiate, I will follow your lead, but I would prefer to attempt to be
Wait,
non-lethal.
This is a like combined force of goblins and orcs. Wouldn't the goblins also speak Orcish for that to like work?
They might.
or there's a translator.
There are no orcs out at the moment.
Yeah, that doesn't. Well, the
Orcs also rule by force.
the lack of a presence of orcs does not mean they suddenly don't speak Orcish anymore.
No, I know. I realize that.
It's entirely possible. I don't think we would know that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's a Hail Mary.
I'm working on what makes logical sense.
So we're going with, right now, first plan of action, sneak. Second plan of action, negotiate. And then finally, if none of that works, then we're going to fight. Is that it? Alright, sounds good.
Works for me.
I was going to say, do we want the people who can sneak the best at the front, and then the people who sneak the worst at the back? Or vice versa? What are we thinking?
I would say the sneak people should be like off to the sides where there's cover and sneaky stuff, trees and stuff.
Yeah, I say, I think the sneaky people, or one of, Matteo, you're one of the sneakier people, aren't you?
I am. It's a +7, so it's not fantastic, but it's there.
Right. But still, I think it'd be better if our presence gets known, like if the sneakier people can still be hidden, and like, you know, that way two people. They only know that two people are there, you know, and not like a party of 4.
That's fair.
But at the same time, too, you're also the only person that could maybe potentially talk to them as well.
Does anyone else have diplomacy stuff, or am I full on the fucking face?
Right now, you're
Well,
the face.
Oh boy!
Celestial and common.
All right. Well, in that case, if I'm the only face right now, then I probably shouldn't be sneaking.
All right. I guess I can be the only person then.
Well,
sneak.
Having one person getting the drop on them is better than none.
Yep.
If
Sounds
it's
good.
fine, there's a slim chance they speak Orcish, but if we could, we could walk up together in some capacity, maybe just to this tree here.
Have you look like a bodyguard?
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that. I like having bodyguards.
Yeah, and then
Then you can run if needed.
Midas and I can hide in the trees.
Exactly.
Sounds good.
Let you
So
two sneak to your places first before we approach. Probably the best bet.
All right.
I think where I would want to go, I'd like to be closer, so I'm thinking maybe here-ish.
Where were you thinking of going?
Right about here.
That's where I think we're going up to speak with them.
If you'd like, I can put down a barrier to let you cross the river.
I don't
We
think that.
could, but we'd be cut off.
The bridge is there. Or I guess
I'm more-
you'd be in between the two.
Yeah, I'm more worried about Matteo than myself, but
I was about to say, I do think it's good if we all stay on the same side of the river.
if it's possible, Moravaint, could you hide, like, here-ish?
Yep, that sounds good to me. How
I
are
can
y'all
make that work.
clicking and seeing, like, distance and stuff?
If you hold down left click, it'll show you that ping. If you go over to the left side, under measure or under the token controls, there's one called measure distance.
Where are the token controls?
It looks like a person.
There's the token controls, measurement controls, drawing
Got it.
tools, and journal.
Got
notes.
it.
Yep. Each one of those have different buttons in them.
So I'm assuming me and Matteo will be around here. Moravaint's here-ish.
Just as a small note, I think it'd be a good idea if the person in big heavy armor is not next to the river. Just because I don't know how deep it is.
I'll go on the inside.
Okay, I put down those circles. How do I, like, get rid of them? I don't know what I'm doing with these, like, tools.
You can hover over the thing in the center and hit delete.
Got it.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
And don't forget to switch back to token controls, or you can't move your dude.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay,
All right.
so you said me like right here-ish?
Yeah, around there.
Try and get in the tree a little bit. Nope.
And Midas, you go where you go. Or wherever that is.
How far? Will it tell me how far I can move my character, or?
Right now we're not actually in combat. Your movement speed, I believe, is 35 feet or 30 feet. Can't remember. It's 40 feet. Sorry, my bad. You can move 40 feet in a turn.
Okay, but I'm the one that has to know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think I moved a little too much.
No, you're okay. Right now we're not in combat. Go.
Oh, okay.
Once we get into combat, it'll actually
Yeah.
count the squares for
Yeah.
you.
Got it.
I remember it correctly.
So if you want, you could move further up, but that's up to you.
Gotcha. I think I'm gonna get underneath. 1 second.
And I am assuming they need stealth, or...
Even roll stealth?
Moravaint does not close enough.
Okay. Oh.
Ooh.
I think
Hello?
Kronk...
Gronk would be
Did-
back.
Yeah, he DC'd.
Probably kicked his cord.
Likely.
Matteo has
It'll
left
be
the
okay.
party.
Mateo fell into the river.
Saw that they were
Okay.
goblins, didn't speak Orcish. Fucked off.
Matteo has been extinguished.
He walked away.
Ah, the magic man.
Oh, my Discord's way delayed.
Yeah, Discord had a bit of a jitter. I was like
How so?
completely deafened for a while.
We fixed it. We back.
Alright. I think I'm where I want to be.
If you're ready, Matteo.
I suppose I am ready.
Lovely.
Greetings.
Gonna dust off my jacket and get in the zone as I approach. That's the wrong thing.
I just
So, yeah.
realized I do not have to be nearly as close to you guys as I thought I did.
And that's where you get spotted.
Yep.
As you step out, the goblins would stop and all turn.
Do all of them?
Go ahead.
Do all of them notice, or just the ones at the campfire?
One's at the campfire, but when they go quiet, the others look quick. They all flinch like animals. Like,
Uh huh.
Like deer when you step on a tree branch.
there's a moment of silence as they seem to be deciding what to do.
Gonna like slowly like.
Yell
Gonna have one
something in
hand.
Orcish.
If you give me a second to actually talk. I'm going to. Everything I'm going to say is going to be in Orcish.
Yep.
Just for clarity. Just keep my cane to my side. I'm going to slowly put my hand up in like a non-threatening way and just be like, "Hello, everybody. Hope you're all having a good morning." But I was told that there was someone in charge around here that I may be able to speak to about some business regarding the nearby settlement, which is not technically a lie.
I didn't mean to center that on me, sorry.
I didn't come through at all.
No, I heard you.
It didn't come through at all?
Nope.
No, I heard it.
I heard it.
I heard a sneeze.
I
Yeah,
also
that's
heard
all
a
you heard?
sneeze.
Wait,
That
wait.
was not a sneeze. Sorry, let me do it again.
What the hell was that?
Your mic is
Yeah.
cutting out. Your mic's
Oh,
peaking.
is it
It's
peaking?
peaking.
Your mic
Ah,
is peaking.
shit. Okay.
Noise suppression.
It's like, what the hell was
Something about
that? Yeah, it sounded like a sneeze.
Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting because it was a full-on scream.
That's probably why your mic peaked.
Probably. They would all begin to start screaming. Nothing actually distinct. This one that was along the wall would immediately begin running inside as fast as he can.
When he gets to the
Let's-
cave entrance, can I blast him with with fire?
Oh, hold on a minute. Oh god.
He might be going to get someone who can speak your language.
That's a fair point, actually. I'll let him go.
If
But-
you wanted to stop him with an attack, there's an initiative roll that has to be made.
Okay, cool. In that case, I will. Wait. So are we in combat?
Not yet,
No.
no. But if you said you were going to attack, there's an initiative roll to see if you hit him before he runs inside.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
And that
All right.
would start a full initiative check. So I was giving you
Let
like
him go.
either
Got
you want to do it or let him go.
In that case, I'll let him go. That's a fair point. He's probably going to get someone, and if not, then yeah.
Alright, he would run much further inside. The rest of them outside would begin, like... You could tell a lot of them are screaming non-distinctly, but they're grabbing things and, like, taking cover. The two that were fishing are running down to this tree. These three are running over to the bridge. Not aggressively, but like they were trying to, like, get around.
I'm gonna do something real stupid. Are there, like, rocks on the ground?
Well,
They're, like, pebbles and things. Nothing, like, massive.
Fuck. You know, that works.
what are you planning?
Actually, here's a real... Are there pine cones?
Yes, I will say there's pine cones for
Cool.
fun.
I'm gonna get 3 pine cones, and I'm gonna be like, hey, look here. We're not here to hurt anybody. We're not here to do anything. Hey, watch this, and I'm gonna start juggling.
Give me a performance check.
Right away, my gamer. Oh boy. Which this would what would this fall under? Performance.
Is this a public roll, or
Could I argue it's sleight of hand?
I will allow sleight of hand.
Okay, because I don't think there's an upper form that falls under, unless you count act, I guess.
I will allow sleight of hand. I'm not sure that I will always allow that. I'll need to look into it later, but for now, we'll say sleight of hand works.
Okay, cool. God damn! Oh, wait, no, never mind. I was looking at the 3. Okay, that's not bad.
Okay, all right. You do this, and the goblins would quiet down and begin watching. I need to. The one in front would take a step forward, look at you for a moment. He would pick up his very, very small weapon and try to toss it in his own hand, as if trying to mimic you with only a single one.
Oh my god, these are my first circus people. Oh no, the poor guy!
It goes through his hand.
Jesus!
Oh, poor thing.
He begins screaming again, but the others begin laughing.
I'm gonna use a little bit of my magic, and I'm gonna have the pine cones one after the other start catching on fire as I'm juggling them.
Why did it not? Okay, it's not letting me do the HP thing again. I have to do it manually. That sucks.
Oh,
okay,
weird.
it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. It did it before. I'm just doing it again. Okay.
Unfortunate.
As they begin to watch, finally you would see a pair of orcs walking up to the front of the cave.
As they
just axe.
as they get to the cave, I'm going to throw all of the pine cones high in the air and then just shoot a fire blast up into them and incinerate them in like a big flashy explosion.
When you do so, I don't know if you've ever seen what happens when you light a pine cone on fire, but they actually detonate and send shrapnel out in every direction.
I didn't know that.
You're fine. It doesn't do any damage. It sends shrapnel of pine cone across the area like firework sparks.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't just get a nature's frag grenade.
No. It's not. It's not like
banger.
dangerous, but it is enough to yeah.
Okay.
They would stand at the front and they would pull axes off of their back, large great axes, and stand as if standing guard. And one of them would, each one would face one of you two. And one would lean over and go, "Hey, he looks fancy."
You could say that. I'm gonna start speaking in Orcish to them. But I'm not here to discuss that sort of thing. Listen, what are you in charge here?
Orc B would look at you for a moment and lean over to the other one and goes, "He looks fancy, but he speaks orc. He can't be fancy."
I like it.
Hilarious.
Orc A leans back over and goes, No. He's fancy. He's so fancy, he speaks orc." They begin whispering to each other for a moment before the other goblin that ran away would begin to come back, this time being followed by a even larger orc.
Oh no.
This one wearing full armor.
Hey,
You're the boss. Got it.
Who are you?
My name is Matteo Malandri. This is my associate, here to make sure I don't get killed. I am here on behalf of some associates of mine, here to discuss the events and activities you all have been performing on behalf, in regards to the settlement not too far from here.
What about him?
Well, best case scenario, we'd like you to stop. But, obviously, I see you gain a lot from doing that, and it'd take a lot to get you to stop. So, I'm a man who is, well-versed in striking deals.
They would look amongst themselves. Orc A would lean over and go, "He says he's making deals. Does that make him a fae?" He leans over and goes, No, he threw fire. Devil. The one in the back hits them both upside the head and goes, "You idiots! Look at him. Does he have red skin?"
Gonna like fluff up my red coat, like tip my hat.
You'll have to excuse these morons. They can't tell you're clearly just a banker.
So close. Nah, I'm used to dealing with mooks. It's all right.
What'd you call me?
I called you a mook. That's what you are. The adults are talking, and I'm gonna gesture to the boss.
You said that to A. He leans over to B and goes, "He called us a mook. What does that mean?" B looks over and goes, "Mook, it's mediocre look. Saying you look average."
I fucking love these two.
The boss would smack them both upside the head again and goes, "You idiots! He's calling you idiots."
I'm gonna give away my position if I keep laughing like this.
The boss would push his way up past him and goes, "All right, Mr. Deal Maker. You got a deal for me?"
Potentially. See, I have a few associates who are trying to get a foothold on this here part of the world, and they're doing so through that little settlement. So it's in
Uh-oh.
my...
You're lagging.
Technical difficulties. We'll be right back after these messages.
Uh-huh.
This stream brought to you by Matteo Circus, who I don't know if we have a name for yet or not.
I'll get...
You did lag out.
Yeah, I always know when I'm lagging out because the music cuts in and out.
I see.
That's fair.
So we'll back up. You got a deal for me?
Well, you see, I am a representative of I am a representative of a prolific organization across the seas, trying to get a bit of a foothold in this part of the world, and currently I'm trying to do so through that settlement back there. Now, I see that you, all of you, are quite capable people. You know how to handle yourselves, you know how to fight. I imagine there are other people around here who know how to fight. And the moment we stop you from raiding them, some other group's gonna come along and start doing the same thing. So, what I propose is that we flip the script a little. I might be able to arrange a system of payment. You get money, riches, food, whatever you need. And in return, instead of sacking the place, you keep others from sacking it. Consider it a alliance of sorts. What's the term? Olive branch? Something I'm not really familiar with, but something I can... How does that sound to you, my friend?
He looks back at the other two orcs, and over at the multitude of goblins under his command, before looking back at you and saying, well, that's interesting. But you see, I've been a guard before. I'm not looking for that again. And, well, I don't think I'm gonna work for anywhere that would turn my teeth in for a couple shiny silver pieces.
See, that's the thing. I'm not from around here. I think I've made that very clear. I think what they're doing with the whole teeth as currency thing is a little, barbaric, if you ask me. See, the group I'm associated with, they're not from here. They're not the kind of people to put a hit out an entire group of folks, use their teeth as currency, and sick an entire civilization on them. This is a opportunity for you to be part of something great. Something powerful. My boss, he's got a lot of hands and a lot of pies. He's a pretty big deal. Connections like that can get you far, real far. Just look at me. I'm a kid, or was a kid, from some farm in the middle of nowhere, and now look at me. I'm gonna gesture to the two guards. Fancy, with like quote fingers.
Yeah, well, I don't think I need that. See, I already got a boss. My boss says that town keeps paying its dues.
Care to elaborate?
Yeah, that town hasn't paid its protection money ever.
Huh. That is a problem. And a problem I am very well versed in dealing with. So I understand the frustration. But it wouldn't be the town that'd be paying you. It'd be my people. My associates. A little more underground, a little more discreet, but a lot more professional. We're not settlers. We're businessmen. We make deals. We uphold those deals.
So he is a devil.
He would lean in and go, so, you're from that city up north.
City of the damned. That I am. What
Yeah.
gave it away?
You think I'm stupid?
No, I'm just joshing you, man. We're not here to fight.
Gosh.
We're here to talk.
My name's not Rick.
It's a turn of phrase. I'm sorry.
Well, you should know something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not out here looking for some measly scraps. And I'm not out here looking for some guy who can pay me well. I'm out here on honor. I'm out here working for my people. And I don't appreciate some fancy talking guy coming in and telling me how to handle my business.
By all means, your business is being handled very well. I mean, the town had to send a couple of, mooks to come try and take care of the problem. I'll be very honest with you. We weren't sent on much less peaceful terms, but I see an opportunity here for both of us to come out of this with a much better deal. Alright? Tell me, who's your boss? Who do you work for?
Work for the chief.
Mm-hmm. And this chief, where does he operate out of?
Not gonna tell you that. They'll go looking for him.
That's fair. Fair point. I understand the distrust. The point I'm making, how much does your boss pay you? Does he pay you?
He pays me in satisfaction and honor. So no.
Exactly. Now, honor, satisfaction, great. You should enjoy doing what you do. You find a job you love, you'll never work a day in your life. But satisfaction doesn't, get you far in the world, unfortunately. But the people I work with, they've provided me the opportunity to do things that I enjoy while, not going broke. I see a lot of people here who are capable of pretty great things, I think. Now I am lying.
Yeah, you wanna give me a
When I finish the sentence.
Yeah, we'll go ahead. We'll let you finish. We'll let you finish.
I see people here who I think are capable of great things. Whether it be in the dealings with my associates or whatever the world may throw your way. Point is, I think you are capable and deserving of something much better than this. I mean, no offense, but you're living in a cave.
Not so bad.
Oh, I'm sure, but
Prison.
I mean, a lot of things are better than a prison. Trust me, I've been.
A leans over and goes, "You think the boss is gonna take the deal?" B leans over. "Of course not. Boss doesn't spend any money."
Now do I have to make the bluff check?
Let's see a diplomacy check, actually.
Diplomacy?
More
Alright.
accurate here.
Alrighty, let me...
I'm not gonna make you lie to say you see...
Oh.
For those of you who didn't see it, it's a nat 20.
First nat 20!
He would,
Peeked his
slowly
mic and broke
nod
his
for a moment and say, "Alright. Why don't you come inside? We'll have a chat. See if you actually
Of
can
course.
offer what you're saying."
Be my pleasure. Do you mind if my associates join me?
Associates? Plural?
My bodyguards. Look, I may be a fancy man from the city, but I'm not stupid. Walking up on a camp, I had some backup plans. Gotta be prepared for anything, right?
Yeah. Where
I'm
are
gonna
they?
gesture to the forest and kind of wave him over.
He would step back slightly.
I would be the first to start heading into view.
One of them, A leans over to B and goes, "Hey, how much you think all those crystals are worth?" The other one leans back and goes, "You idiot! Those are fake. Real crystals don't fly."
That's the reason.
He would look over at Moravaint and say, "Oh, I see.
I assume in Orcish.
Yes."
Pay no mind to the Do I get the sense he recognizes the Imperial stuff?
You can tell that there is something about Moravaint he doesn't like.
Fair.
I would put my hands up to show
Would
that I'm not wielding anything.
Would a perception check be of any use, like, at this point?
What are you looking for?
That's
I guess just a general sense if, like, we're walking into a trap or something like that by going into the cave.
That would be sense motive. And you would do that as a blind GM roll. But you're welcome to make it.
I would actually also like to make. Well,
Is that under perception, or is you said
no.
that's sense motive? Okay.
Yeah,
So
would he
what's under
be able
perception?
perception is actually like seeing things. Sense motive is getting a feel for another person's like motive.
All right. Well, I don't or I'm not allowed to say like what I am strong and weak in, right?
You're not supposed to give numbers, but I mean, right now I'm gonna be more forgiving because you know.
But if I were to like go like I'm not like I don't have a strong sense motive, like is that okay?
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. But if someone else did, like that would be fine.
And sense motive is one of the ones where if you roll low, it can give you bad information. So it's not generally good for everyone to roll, typically.
Right. Does anyone have a high sense motive?
I actually have a decent sense motive. I have +9.
Mine's decent.
You said you wanted to give it?
I think I'll. Oop.
Mine's bad. Go ahead.
Because I have no idea what they're saying, I'm not going to roll it, because
I'm also the only one that can understand what they're saying, so...
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Ah, he got a question mark.
You think he's cautious, but you don't detect any kind of actual threat.
Okay.
He doesn't think I'm a threat.
So,
He doesn't think of a threat.
You are.
feeling that like the rest of the party's comfortable, I guess I would go and ahead and reveal myself.
You reveal yourself. Unlike the others, he does not seem shaken by your presence at all.
Uh-huh.
He would look over at you and then look back to Matteo and say, I suppose it's fair. You bring one of your people, the other two stay with my two. Two of you with me. That seems fair.
Alright, who's going with Matteo?
I'm going to assume this was related to us.
Not you,
Yeah.
Moravaint. I'd probably
Honestly,
say
I can keep him safe.
I was about to
You
say, big
definitely
armored
can.
knight is probably the most intimidating and safe option, considering I have
Alright.
0 martial ability.
And I can hit multiple if I need to.
Yeah, that's
and
fair.
I can buff the fuck out of you.
Alright, I'll stay out with Moravaint. You two go in.
Alright.
Be careful, don't get stabbed by the juggler.
In the juggler.
Walk inside, hang a left, and sit down at the table.
Alright. Just phase through the axeman.
On the table, you would see some various fruit, including good berries.
Gonna put myself in between a bit.
I suppose it's time for introductions, then. My name is Krognar. The Invincible. The Inevitable.
A little bit. Inevitable.
Yeah, Inevitable. You'll never get away.
Can you
Inevitabilities.
repeat what you said? My internet cut out a little bit.
Is he
You're
saying this in common?
Inevitable.
Or Orcish?
You'll never get away.
Is this common or Orcish?
This is an Orcish.
Okay.
Add an extra letter there.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. How did this start? Because I did not hear.
Oh, I'm sorry. He said, I guess it's time for introductions. I am Krognar, the invincible, the inevitable.
Jesus Christ. He's gonna say, Matteo will just say, "It is a pleasure to meet you, my friend. I am Matteo Malandri, representative of the what does Joffrey call his organization?
In town, they're called the Silvertongue Gang, which is after his actual last name. It's Joffrey Silvertongue.
Okay.
So that's generally what they call themselves around there.
All right. My name is Matteo Malandri, representative of the Silvertongue Gang.
Silvertongue Gang. Oh, they're that new one.
That's the one.
Oh, that makes sense. You did seem fancy.
I tried to keep up appearances.
Yeah, I don't. So,
No shame in that.
you want some mead? I picked up some good stuff on the last one.
Yeah, we'll get to that. You see, I am here for two reasons. My primary goal here is to set up this little arrangement, but officially we're here because the guy you took that meat from does kind of want it back. But we can discuss that later.
You serious?
Hey.
The old man?
Old as he may be, I wouldn't want to fight him. But then again, I'm gonna just kind of gesture to my scrawny ass body.
The guy's a fucking pacifist.
Yeah, pass a fist across your face.
I mean, pacifist doesn't mean you're not incapable of feats of strength.
No,
I'm just saying.
The guy, he used to be some kind of badass, and he decides to just sit down and carve out a tree?
Some people want to settle down, I don't know. I ain't gonna judge the guy.
I am!
And that's your right.
Exactly, guy can't even defend his own stash. You know what happens in our culture if someone takes your shit?
I'm sure there are things that you could do that would provoke an attack of him, but that probably wouldn't end well for anybody in this room.
Yeah, you're probably. If I got attacked, he'd die and I wouldn't get more mead!
You're a funny guy.
So, this deal you got for me and my kin. You're making a lot of promises.
I am. But they are promises that I personally intend to keep. You see, my associates, my gang, we deal in a lot of things. Protection is one of them. But we're not above keeping the peace, as it were. This little settlement is our ticket into these new lands. So it is in my interest to keep it safe. The more branches we have across this place, the better off we are. And the more people we can fit on our lengthy payroll. Now, obviously, I know that you hold different values than most people from that settlement, and frankly, from the city. But we've accommodated a lot of types. I believe we can make arrangements that will suit your needs. After all, sure, you could raid that settlement all the livelong day, but think about it. What is a small little human port town compared to a stronghold or a fortress? Somewhere that's a challenge, you know?
Not a bad idea.
Because I highly doubt that the other groups around here would be as reasonable as you are, as willing to talk things out, make a deal. Things might have to
Guess
get
you're
violent.
right. You're
Things
right.
might have to get quite violent. And I personally would love to have someone like you and your men on my side. And I'm sure that settlement would as well.
I'd need to talk to the chief.
By all means. But if need be, I am more than willing to make a trip. After all, it seems like you guys are quite prolific in these areas. Got a lot of outposts, camps, and that sort of thing.
Let's say I'm interested. It
Glad
would
to
take
hear
a
it.
little time to talk to the chief. In
Of
the
course.
meantime, we gotta eat.
I might be able to arrange something. See, I've been in that settlement for a week or two. I've gotten to know some people, planted some seeds. For the time being, I think some more peaceful negotiations might go a long way. Trade, exchanges, that sort of thing. You show those people that you're willing to work together, they might be able to help you out a little bit. They are just people. Trying to get by just like you are. All of you are.
I need to think about it.
Of course.
Take a few days to get the boss here.
I understand.
He won't like your Imperial friends.
Yeah, I figured that'd be the case, but for what it's worth, they are trying to leave that behind, from what I understand.
Some
They came
more
here
than
for a
others, it
reason.
seems.
Well, I can't speak for them. I don't know them that well. I say, talking in third person about the person standing right next to me.
He would turn to Marivin, not Marivin.
It's already happening.
Speaking common for the first time. So you're quiet.
Well, I don't speak the language.
You should learn. Why
Not
don't
the
you
best
get
at
out of
doing
here?
that.
Come back here in a few days. I'll have a better answer for you then.
Alright. Glad to know we could come to some peaceful terms, at least. Now, before I go, there is the subject of the barrel.
What about it?
As I mentioned,
Birdwalk got excited.
officially, we were sent here to retrieve it. Now, obviously, completely understand you not wanting to do that. I mean, you took it yourself and everything. I get that. But if we are going to go through with this agreement, this deal, having you in the settlement on good terms would be beneficial. Plus, if this does go through, and I am able to arrange some payments, you guys can buy all the mead you want. But
All right.
Oop.
All right. But before I give it to you, I want you to know something.
I'm listening.
I didn't get my name nothing.
I believe that.
I'll give you your shipment. You tell them they owe me for it.
I'll pass it along.
And I just want to make something extra clear. You try to screw over me, my kin, you'll find out why I'm inevitable.
You have my word.
Alright. He gets up and goes over to the back of the cave. He hits a spot on the wall, and you see it crumbles. Some of the stone turning to some form of black sand that runs along the floor. He would pull out a couple of barrels, bring them back over, setting them down. Still covered in that black sand that seems to be getting into the air and all over you. He would set them down and say, fine. Take them back. Come back and see me in a week.
You got it. Pleasure doing business with you, my friend. I'm gonna hold my hand out.
He would reach out and shake your hand. And as you grip it, you would notice that some of the war paint that's covering his body is made out of a similar black substance. As he shakes your hand, it sticks to you.
Duly noted.
Would he, by chance, have placed those barrels in a place I can see it?
Can you see him?
I can.
Then, yeah, they're right in front of you.
Cool. I would create move my crystals in there and make a platform for them to put the barrels on.
As you put them through, the two orcs in the front would seem really, really nervous all of a sudden. And then they'd see the boss in the barrel. And A would lean over to B and goes, you see that? I told you they weren't crystals. And one of them leans over and says, yeah, clearly they're a cart, but a fancy one.
It's fancy. Fucking love these dudes.
They move out of the way and you're able to bring the barrels out. Krognar steps outside and looks at you, Moravaint, with your crystals. And says, hey you, Imperial.
I assume in common.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing so far from home?
Making it no longer my home.
I can smell your magic.
It is where I was born, and it is where I gained my magic. But it is all. It is no longer my pure source.
He would walk over, and for a moment he would reach out and touch your magic. And while it is very faint and easy to resist, you would feel some kind of counter magic on your crystals.
I don't like that. I don't like that a lot, actually.
He would push it slightly, sending your cart moving. And he'd look back at you and say, when they come back, you're staying outside.
I stayed outside this time. I'm sure I can stay outside next time.
I wish I could say it was nice to meet you, Matteo.
I'm sure one day we'll drink together on better terms.
I'll drink to that.
I'll see you around, friend.
They would watch you for quite a while until they lost sight of you.
Surprisingly well.
Surprising.
I
They're, like,
love
Far out of... When they're far out of earshot and eyesight, Mateo's just gonna go, "Oh, fuck! Holy shit!"
You okay there?
Ugh.
I sincerely appreciate that, Matteo. And I promise, I kept my eye on you. You would have been fine.
I know how, like, people like me handle. I was completely blind there, I'll be completely honest. I'm gonna put my arm on the shoulder of the big armored man and say, "Thank you for being there. Holy shit."
Anytime.
Can I just make the cart, the quote unquote cart, a little bigger and just tell him to hop on?
And I can walk. I'm just... Oh.
What exactly did you say to him?
Oh, just trying to strike a deal with the settlements. Strike a deal on behalf of the settlement, try and get more peaceful terms. Protection, that sort of thing.
Do you trust he'll take it?
He seemed pretty open to the idea. Not sure how open this boss will be, but I got leverage I can pull.
Well, how do we think that Teddy and them are gonna take it?
That
He wanted
remains
his
to be
girl.
seen. But
We got his mead.
let us say, we
do
did
that.
Eddie's job. But we got at least a week until I gotta talk with him again, so we got some time.
Well, you're all able to travel back to the bar pretty easily. When you start getting close, and you see Ivy, he would gesture you around to the back, opening up a storehouse. You'd quickly see the storehouse actually goes underground. It is an absolutely massive room where they're aging barrels of meat.
Fuck yeah.
Ooh.
That's the way.
There's probably 50 to 60 barrels down here at the moment. Helping you get them onto the shelves before he ends up patting Marivin's shoulder and he says, "So, how many were they?"
About... Oh, geez. Little over... 10 to 15?
No.
Make it out?
Say again.
Did any of you make it out?
All of them. Everyone left.
You lost for them. How'd you pull that off?
I didn't. He did it.
He turns and looks at Matteo.
I'm just gonna throw my hands up. What can I say? I'm good at negotiating. That's what I do.
Negotiating. Do we need to be concerned about those negotiations?
If all goes well, it'll be purely beneficial for the people of this settlement.
And if it doesn't go well,
Then we'll kill them all.
I can live with that. Let's head inside. The boss is going to want to hear about it. He pats you on the shoulder and starts leading you back into the building. Inside, it's a lot calmer today than it was the previous day. But when you walk in, Mesquite would quickly send Vile out of the room and turn back and smile at you guys and say, "Hey, how'd it go?"
Very well. Very well indeed.
Well, I saw you guys go back to the storehouse. You get it all?
We got it all.
Right. Well, I think it's safe to say you guys can keep the rooms for a while you find a place to get set up. Food and drinks on us too, at least for now. Don't drink my bar, please.
I couldn't handle it.
Teddy's gonna want to hear about it after service tonight. But we got you something actually while you were gone. She would turn around and wait for a moment, and Violet would come running in with 4 brand new bright green cloaks.
Fuck yeah.
Nice.
Violet would walk over and hand one to each of you before saying, "Here, so that you can go to the town. Thank you. Bye," and run off.
Gotta love kids.
Matteo will... Oh, sorry, not Matteo. Fuck me, there's so many M names!
We're all M-named.
M&Ms.
The M&Ms.
I love it so much.
God, I can't remember my own character. Marivin will immediately clip on the cloak. A light smile.
Mesquite would nod and say, "Those are from one of the local people. They should get the fins to get off you at least a little bit."
Why doesn't Teddy stick around during business hours?
Hmm? Oh, have you seen him? He
Yeah,
stays
no.
in the back. Not everyone around here likes him. He's been around a long time. A lot of friends. And a lot who aren't.
You only get more of each the longer you live.
You got that right.
He's been here longer than the oldest elves on Orcia. Everybody
I
knows.
am.
I believe it.
He may tell you about it sometime, but he'll want to hear your stories first. Why don't you guys come back to family dinner after? You can tell him how it went. In the meantime,
Sounds
why don't
good
you go
to me.
see the town? There's a lot to see.
Sounds good.
Moravaint would pack his imperial cloak into his backpack and then clip on the other one.
Midas would also clip on the cloak.
Matteo will, despite it not matching in color at all, he'll clip it on.
It's complimentary.
Yeah, for the sake of being nice to the people that have been housing him for a week.
Well, you still have quite a few hours of daylight. As you go into the town, the Finns would give you a bit wider of a berth than last time, but you can see that they're still eyeing you pretty closely.
It's me. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Wahoo!
Wahoo! Christmas colors.
Wow.
Most of the people who aren't in guard uniform or wearing an emblem of the Finns don't seem to give too much notice to you at all. A few people point out the crystals, and one child even tries to grab it as you walk past. Failing, of course, but... As you travel through the town, you'd find a thriving merchant district. You would find quite a few small businesses selling armor and weapons. No magical goods, though, it seems. And finally, you would come across a massive cube.
just a big cube.
Near the center of town, overlooking the bay on a slight hill, there is a massive cube. It is about 80 feet by 80 feet. It is made of some form of metal. And it is seamless. You see no doors. You see nothing. The only thing you see is a mailbox.
That's fine.
How strange.
I want to clarify,
What's
when I say a mailbox, I mean there's a mailbox in front of the cube.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
What's the cube made out of?
Metal. Black metal.
Let's say, would local knowledge help at all with understanding that cube?
I would say you could ask around with local knowledge.
Minecraft
Okay.
moment.
Can I also do that?
Yeah, Matteo actually wouldn't need to ask around. He's been around here long enough. I'm just saying that because they just came to town.
Oh, okay.
But if you want to give me a local check, yeah. Local or history, either way.
Yeah, local. For sure.
I'll see if Matteo's answer is fast enough to, like, just save you the need to ask.
Am I still rolling?
Yeah, you want to give a knowledge local check? Just see if you already know the answer.
Alrighty. Blind GM.
Yep. You would actually know about this.
Nice.
So it's nothing too crazy. The cube is a shop. Here's the thing. You don't go into the shop. How it works is every week a guy comes to town. He wears a cloak. He says almost nothing to anybody. He accepts payment. He accepts piece of paper like order forms, right? And then a week later, he comes back with the goods. Importantly, though, this shop sells clockwork.
Ooh.
It is one of the only places in the region, and it is extremely commonly sold. Most Finn ships will have at least one person with a repeating crossbow.
Cool. And fucking terrifying, actually.
But the actual owner of the shop never comes through. No one ever sees him, no one ever leaves or enters the cube. The messenger comes into town and leaves town.
That's...
Seems like wasted space.
Oh, you'll hear noises from the cube. There are things happening inside of it.
The more you describe this, the worse it gets.
Contracts and payment are left in the mailbox. And collected by the person every week when he comes.
Must be a big fucking mailbox.
It is a pretty big mailbox, yeah. But also, most people pay in platinum, so.
Yeah.
So, besides the cube, anything else you want to check out? Or do you have more questions about the cube? I'm glad we didn't spend 2 hours on the cube like the last time I ran it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I wasn't saying a goddamn word. I don't want to be a part of that again.
What? Would you describe it one more time for me? Sorry.
Absolutely. An 80 foot by 80 foot by 80 foot black steel cube that you can hear things moving around inside.
The
There
galvanized
is a
steel
standing
cube.
mailbox out front where people deliver orders for the cube, as well as payment for the orders for the cube. Once a week, a messenger comes into town, collects the orders and the payment, leaves, and then the next week he will come back with your order and deliver it to the location you picked.
And what you said? It's clocks.
It's clockwork. It's like machinery, gear-based machinery, wind-up tools. Here, I'll send you an example of a crossbow, just so it's a little bit more obvious. This would be a version of a clockwork crossbow.
And this
They
is like an integral part to the town?
It is a major point of interest within the town. They are very commonly used. Repeater crossbows and clockwork crossbows are generally either much faster or more accurate than a hand-pulled crossbow.
Does anyone in our party even like specialize in like ranged weapons like that?
No.
Nope.
Alright.
Well, back to it.
There's nothing I'm interested in buying personally.
All right.
Right.
I don't
I
have
like
the
to
gold.
get the lay of the land though.
From here, you can easily see the road stretching all the way up into the mountains to the entryway to the great dwarven city above it.
Steampunk Amazon.
The road coming down from there seems heavily trafficked. It's the only brick road you can see in the entire area. Most of them are just gravel or dirt, but it seems that the dwarves themselves were willing to build stone bricks. But beyond the market district and all of that, you would find the other bar. This one appears to be a longboat that they have flipped over into a bar. It is packed. There is broken glass. There are bloody people in the alleyway from what appears to have been bar fights. Almost everyone there is wearing some kind of Finn insignia or hanging out with someone who is. It is very, very active. There is loud music. There is yelling and screaming and hollering, and people are wasted.
I think I prefer the other bar.
Yeah.
I don't like it here. I like the teddy bear.
Yeah, I did too.
Let's steer clear of that.
I agree.
You steer clear of the bar. You would see the docks are active, ships are coming in and unloading. You'd see Stevenson on the dock actually overseeing most of the operations. Steven. Him and his two mooks overviewing all of the unloading. Whenever he sees you, he would give a slight wave.
I'll tip my hat to him.
You would see quite a few of the Finn ships are currently in the harbor. Complete warships, loaded up with everything from cannons to ballista. Currently waiting on port.
What's all that about?
You gonna ask someone?
Ask Matteo first. He's been here.
Yeah, that's fair. Knowledge local.
I'll give a knowledge local.
Wow! Knowledge.
Knowledge. Mateo's just the local guide. Interesting.
Fuck that.
You have some information that most people wouldn't know. The Finns have been gearing up for war for a while. You heard about it through some of the underground channels and some drunken parties at Finn, events. But for a while, the Finns have been trying to get their nobility back into play. Which is, of course, difficult, but they know that the moment it starts, it's going to get messy. And so they've been gearing up their fleet. It's not exactly a secret that the dwarves need trade to survive. If they were to lock down trade entirely, the dwarves would have to surrender and allow their nobility to take over.
I will relay this fuck-ass information.
I just like Big Arrow.
That's bad.
Yeah, not too good. Bit of bad business in my opinion, but what am I gonna do?
Is there anywhere you are wanting to go in more detail, or anything you are wanting to look for?
Not personally. I have no gold.
You don't have gold? I thought we all had gold.
He spent all of his.
Oh.
I
Other
got some
costs.
left over.
Your starting equipment. I just didn't buy a ton of starting equipment for you.
I was gonna say, how did he spend his gold?
My armor alone cost 250.
Oh, so like you had to do that beforehand? Like before we started this today?
Yes.
Yes, which I asked you if you wanted to make your own, and you told me you trusted me, which is why you have all your
Right.
equipment and all that. Yeah.
Okay. I was curious with that box thing with the gears and whatnot. Could like I potentially make like a spring-based like hidden blade sort of thing, or is that not something?
Yeah, you could set up a hidden blade based on clockwork. You'd probably have to get some designs or confirm a model version, but yeah, I'd say something like that would be possible.
How would you go about getting like the designs or whatever for that?
You would probably have to talk with the merchant when he comes into town.
I gotcha. Which is not now.
Which is not at this exact moment. I'm gonna say it's gonna be in like 2 days.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah. On my tower shield is a like an imperial eagle. You know, because got the shield in the Empire. Could I use my armor craft skill to see how easy that would be to remove?
You're wanting to remove the insignia from your shield.
Yes.
I'm going to say that it'll take a bit of work, but I'm not going to charge you gold for it.
Okay. Could I do it personally, or do I have to?
I would say you could do it personally if you don't mind your shield not looking quite as fancy. If you wanted it to look regal, you might need some help.
I'm a little trained in armor. I'm sure I can get it done.
It's the equipment, not the training, that you're lacking. You would need a forge.
A heavy pick will do.
Alright. Anything else before you guys go back to talk to Teddy?
Nope.
There aren't any other sites that like stick out to us at all as we've been walking around besides the big cube?
Besides the big cube, the bar, and the merchant district, there doesn't seem to be anything that jumps out of note. There's a lot of people going around the streets and talking about, local politics and things like that, but nothing particularly like... There's no more POIs that you've missed. It seems like the Dwarven city is much larger.
Gotcha. Nope, I don't have anywhere else of interest.
I don't think.
Alright. So you guys, look around, listen to the local gossip, and then eventually head back to Teddy's place. You get back around time for family dinner. Most of the guests are gone. They're sitting around. Violet's behind the bar, washing up. And Teddy would be already sitting down in his seat. This time a different seat, but you'd see the last one has been completely repaired. Looks like it was never cracked. When you all walk in, he would wave you over and say, "Come on, sit down. I want to hear about how you got back to the mead and not a single orc died."
Matteo cannot manage to suppress his smile, kind of proud at what he managed to do.
Pat him on the back.
Completely forgetting the absolute fucking panic attack he had afterwards.
I assume you recount your tale.
I do.
In a very performative way.
Very circus act. I make full use of my +10 bonus to oratory.
I will use my crystals up along the torches or the lights or whatever and kind of have some extra ambiance for it. We can only talk in juggles.
Well, to your story, Mesquite would seem fascinated, asking questions every few minutes to get more detail. Ivy would roll his eyes every time someone spoke of peace or negotiation. And Teddy would sit there quietly, but smiling as he listens to the tale. When you finally do finish, Teddy would straighten up and go, "That's quite a feat. But if you have to go back and negotiate, what's your plan?"
Well, you know why I'm here. I've got the associates. I'm hoping I can arrange some contacts and get a good thing going here.
You should be careful with that clan. Their chief can be a little challenging.
Daddy,
Sure.
they seem to think of you as kind of a pushover. How does a guy your size get that sort of label?
Oh, well, you know, an old soldier that retires. People think he's gone soft.
Yeah, you don't look too soft. I mean,
Minus
not
the
your
fur,
fur, but you know what I mean.
I do. But I did retire for a reason.
What reason is that?
It got messy.
Messy with who?
I used to be a druid. My circle had a change in leadership. It got messy. So I left.
You know, for an orc clan, there weren't many orcs.
Oh, that was far from the full clan. You were just dealing with some little upstart.
He got a big name for himself, though. Something about tits.
I am wondering though, if he knows we're coming back. If we are, at least. It's going to be a lot tougher if we do need to fight our way out.
You're going back in a week, right?
In a week.
That's not enough time for them to do a full negotiation. I think
sure.
You're going to be meeting the chief.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm afraid of, but I've negotiated with higher-ups before.
Can you tell us a little more about the chief?
I could, but I'm afraid it probably won't help you too much. He's an old orc. Very, very old. To be completely honest, I'm not sure how he's still alive. I haven't spoken with him in a long time. Not since I was still active. But, he ran with a bad crowd. Back then. A level head amongst not so level heads. If he's taken to leading the war band, he's not the same man I know, though.
Hopefully that means he's more reasonable.
Somehow I doubt it. But one can hope. One way or another, though, it'll be an interesting meeting. If things do go well, I'd be very happy to see him. I trust you all to not kill him if you don't have to.
Absolutely not.
I'll try not to.
I appreciate that. I mean, I don't know that you could. But it would be a loss. Is there anything else I can do for you this evening?
No?
Nothing that you're not already doing.
Alright.
Yeah, for me, tell me how you fixed that seat.
You want me to tell you?
Absolutely.
I'll tell you a secret. I'm a really good carpenter.
Okay. Sure, pal.
I'm a druid. You think I can't fix some wood?
For a druid, I think you'd be able to get stronger wood.
What can I say? I'm a fan of the classics.
Actually, I do have a request. Something I believe to be minor.
Go on.
You already know what this one's gonna be. I see
What,
that
man?
the outer walls and the area surrounding them are coated in colorful flowers. Do you mind if I take a handful?
Those are Violet's babies. She's the one who wants to decorate. But as long as you treat them well, I doubt she's going to complain if you pluck one or two.
Well, I had a couple in mind. I'll bring it up to her.
By all means. Ugh. Sentimental bastard. Anything else y'all need?
For everyone else in the party, it's a homage to a previous character.
Ah, I remember you telling me about this.
Yep.
Anything else I can help you all with?
Nope.
Not I.
Alright. Well, I know you need to kill some time. If you'd like some work, I might be able to contact some of the others around town. Get you all some temporary jobs helping out here and there.
Wouldn't
Oh,
mind.
you're welcome to go up and see the Dwarven City. Should be quite a sight.
I wouldn't be opposed to some more work before I end up
The work.
traveling around.
Alright, why don't you talk to Mesquite? If you tell her what you can do, I'm sure we might be able to find you some work around town. Can't promise it'll be as lucrative as adventures, but should help you some. Also, I suppose I do owe you all for the mead, don't I? Let's see. 4 of you, 3 barrels.
Gordlock's doing that.
Let's call it 5 gold apiece.
Fine
got
by
fair?
me.
Alright.
Do we add that to our currency ourselves,
Yep.
or do you add that?
Yep, go ahead and add it. I trust you to track your own money.
Got it.
Alright. I need to step away for just a moment, so take a short break. It won't be long.
Woo!
And we're back.
No, we're not.
Now, all of the
we're
players,
back.
it is about time for us to run some downtime. Unless you guys want to go adventuring in the Dwarven City for a week, you do have a week of time for you to make a little bit of money.
I am stealing Matteo and having him teach me the arts of performance with my whatever they're fucking called. With my little crystals.
I am more than happy to do that. There's literally a Spheres of Guile thing for teaching people stuff.
That is interesting. I will say, you could do that while making some money if you wanted to perform in the town.
I was honestly thinking of doing that. Actually, I could also be making connections.
True.
Big quote signs.
You would, are you thinking of doing that instead?
Potentially. Just because now I have a promise to uphold that kind of involves me having that ready.
You know, fair. Are you going to try to look for a way of actually giving the orc something? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes. I'm gonna look. Yeah.
All right.
Foster the seeds that I planted and try to arrange the negotiations.
Sure. Do you have a thing for that in Spheres of Power that I should know about, or am I just running off base rules?
Let me check.
Can you do me a favor?
Thing like plans or something like that.
Plans are a thing. I should also check my faction sphere stuff and make sure there's nothing in there for that.
Could you move back to the splash board or whatever it's called?
Yes. I actually am. There it goes.
It's lagging my tabletop or my character sheet.
I was trying to drag you to it earlier and it wasn't wanting me to.
Yeah. If he's gonna do that, in that case, I do have a profession, which is better.
All right. You are welcome to give me a profession check to see how much money you make.
I should have took 10.
You make 11 gold.
Huh.
I have skills. I don't know any of them that would be useful for a job.
You have craft?
I have a craft armor of 3. And unless somehow I could use Intimidate or Perception, I think that's all I got.
You could try to intimidate people and mug them, but I don't think that's really what you're talking about wanting to do here.
Yeah, no.
So in that case, armor is going to be your best. So go ahead and give a craft armor check.
Unless could Intimidate be used as like a temporary bouncer thing? Like hired guard?
I'm going to say not right now.
Okay.
The only place you could do that is the Finn's place, and you're not on good terms.
Yeah, great. I'll use armor.
So I could perform? Is that what I have?
You could perform. There's a couple of different things you could do, actually.
That was blind on accident.
You could perform, but I don't know you'd be very good at it.
So what is there besides perform?
Quite a few things. I'm looking at your skills right now. You know what, actually? You have a pretty good option you could do. You could gamble.
Where is that? What is that under?
It would be under bluff in this case.
Okay.
Now, here's the thing.
My flying ability couldn't be used at all, could it? Like, for transporting people at all?
No,
what?
You actually can't. You can't naturally fly most of the time. You have an ability that would let you kind of do it, but you wouldn't be able to carry other people while you do.
Can't carry other people, yep. Okay.
You essentially lower your own weight and allow yourself, like, to glide. Which means you could hit, like, air currents and things like that, but you couldn't, like, bring someone else with you. But you could try to bet. If you try to gamble, if you do well, you'll make a bit of extra money. If you do badly, you'll lose a bit of money.
I would like to see that guy that comes into town at the cube or whatever.
Oh, yeah, sure, that's easy. During the week, yeah.
Yep. Fuck it. Yeah, I'll gamble. I like to gamble.
Alright, let me see a bluff check.
Is it the role just blind GM?
No, you can do it openly.
Open? Public?
Yep,
Oh,
public.
all right.
Yep.
Bluff. And normal?
Yep.
Hey, let's go.
That, sir, is a pass. So, let's see here. You are going to do... You're gonna make a solid 30 gold.
Ooh,
You
I like
kicked
that.
ass this week, and these guys are scrubs.
Let's go.
Nice.
Question.
Yes.
I accidentally rolled a blind GM roll. What was the roll?
You are going to make 18 gold. Of course. The week.
Okay.
So, with
Hey.
founding a faction branch, I remember we talked about this. Normally, it's 500 gold.
Yes. You are not going to have to spend 500 gold on the first one. But it's not going to be instant either.
Okay.
Are you working on setting up like the ground for that?
Yes. So, outside of the 500 gold, it takes a variable number of days working and a successful DC 10 skill check to make using the associated skill for the new faction. Such as it gives examples for a thing. I think knowledge local is appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
The length of time is up to 10 days, but is reduced by 1 day for every 3 points by which your skill check exceeds the DC, to a minimum of 4 hours with a result of 40.
I will absolutely allow you to follow that rule if you want to follow that one to the letter.
I mean, if you have an alternative, by all means.
I'm going to say, I know you can't afford 500 GP. It's your first one. You have some resources behind you, right? So I'm going to say right now, I'm not going to hold you to all of those specific rules. But
Okay.
For your first week of prep, right, trying to make the money to get this started and get your all that.
Yeah.
Here's my question for you. Do you want to set it up in Beachcrest, or do you want to try to get into the much larger dwarven city?
I would like to get it into Beachcrest because that helps us with the orc deal a bit more, I think.
Okay, perfect. That's what I wanted to know. All right. In that case, let me wrap up a couple of things with them really quick while I think about what exactly to say for yours.
Alrighty. All good.
Over the course of this week, you all are able to make yourself a little bit more known. Midas is able to establish himself as a good gambler and the fear of, fins with loose pockets. Making quite a bit of money gambling over the course of the week. Making a few enemies, but getting some people entertained as well. Meanwhile, Marivin, you actually get to know one of the local smiths. He's the only major smith in the human town. He's been trying to get to the point where he can compete with the dwarves in the mountain. Giving a little help, he takes some of your imperial expertise with some of the more fine-tuning, the emblems and things like that, trying to make his stuff look a little better, and you begin to build a rapport. While that's going on, Moravaint, as a scribe, you actually are quickly hired at the port, handling some of the manifests that are incoming and outgoing. You start to see the types of shipments that come in. Large amounts of ore and things are shipped out from the dwarven town. Most of the food seems to be coming in through fishing ships, Finn's Run. And quite a few imperial goods are sent in. Various runes and things for enchanting are very commonly shipped in from imperial ships.
Would I recognize any?
Most of them are holy. There are some arcane involved, but most of them are divine. Some scrolls and things like that. As far as recognizing them, I would say none specifically. There doesn't appear to be any protection magic in the lot, for the most part. No, that's not true. You would recognize some life magic that comes in.
Okay.
Healing spells and the like. While all that is going on, Matteo, who, if you're trying to get set up here, I'm gonna say, along your quest to get set up, you would eventually be forced to confront the Finn bar. But of course, Matteo is wise enough to not go in alone. I think it's fair to say you'd talk to your old friend Stevenson first.
Hey, buddy. I got a question for you.
He would look up from the manifest he's currently working on, handing it to one of the greenhorns next to him. Yeah, Matteo, what's up?
I have some business in the bar where the Finns like to hang out.
Yeah, you know it's mine. What about it?
Would you mind accompanying me when you have the time?
Yeah, sure. What's all this about?
I'm trying to make connections. I'm here for a reason. And, it's the last spot on my list. And I've been putting it off, because, I've been hanging around Imperial people, and I don't want to, attract the wrong kind of attention.
Alright. You know what, that's probably fair. Yeah, I can walk you through. You want to tell me what it's about?
I work for some people that are trying to, establish a bit of a presence here.
Alright. Well, yeah, why don't we, you know what, these dumbasses can handle it. Let's head back. Let's go on.
Fine by me. Let's go.
He starts walking back, because I
These
assume you're wanting to talk to the bosses, then.
Yep. Whoever has the most influence.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you this question, because there are two major ones. I want you to pick which one you want to try to get in touch with.
Alright.
There are two major leaders of the Finns right now. There's one guy who's been around for a while. He's kind of running things right now. He's the one who's been amping up the military and getting all uppity. He has been leading for a while because they haven't had an actual heir. They had no one of the bloodline that was trying to take over.
Mhm.
They believe that you cannot be an heir even if you have a family tie unless you have the bloodline, unless you're a sorcerer.
Okay.
So they haven't had someone of the bloodline with the actual powers for a while. One has actually come up in recent years. He's a young adult now. So recently there has been a swell of people who have actually been saying that they should put the new guy in charge, the bloodline.
Okay.
And both of those leaders are sharing power at the moment. But not happily.
I'll talk to the younger guy.
Okay. The prince, then.
He seems easier to manipulate.
Alright. In that case, give me a moment. I want to open up some notes really quick. Have to refresh myself really quickly.
Nice.
Mainly because I was not prepared for this today.
My bad.
No, you're absolutely fine. We just got through more than I expected to, that's all. Alright.
word travels fast when you're not killing orcs.
He takes you over to the bar, and once he heads in, he goes, "Hey, Jasper's gonna be in the back room. Why don't you go ahead and head back there? I'll make sure you guys have a bit of privacy for a bit. Don't fuck me on this."
Appreciate it, friend. And you have my word.
Appreciate it. He would walk over to the bar and show you the way back.
I make my way back there. Gonna dust off my coat, make myself as presentable as possible.
When you walk in, you'd see a greenhorn currently sitting at the desk across from a young man, human, seemingly of no particular importance. He has no kind of markings. He has no emblem besides the normal red. That means a commander. But when he looks up, you can actually see his eyes are shifting. They're not sitting still. As if there are waves in his irises.
Oh, that's cool.
He stands up, and the greenhorn shuffles out very quickly. As the man you know to be Jasper steps forward and goes, "So, wondering how long it would take you to get here? Matteo, right?"
The very same.
"How can I help you, Matteo?"
I guess the best way to start this is to ask you a very simple question. How much do you know about the City of the Damned?
"Well, you know, you hear things. With a name like that, it's hard to miss."
Fair point. I work for a organization that operates out there, the Silver Tongues.
Yeah, I think I've heard about them. Not much, though. Enlighten me?
Oh, we are a fine organization. We just work in, well, whatever we need to do.
You can skip the company line. I work with criminals a lot. You can tell me what you really do.
We make money, doing whatever we need to do. Stealing, protecting, big quote marks I put on that.
Yeah.
Or just exchanges is my specialty.
Sure.
Both the moral and immoral kind. But surprisingly, I'm focusing more on a moral one while I'm here.
Well, that's good. Hate to kick you out.
Yeah, but you might want to hear about this. See, I've been trying to set up a branch of my my associates here. Get our sphere of influence expanded a bit. There's only so much you do in a city full of other gangs.
Fair enough. What'd you have in mind?
So as you may have heard, I had some talks with those orcs just outside of town, the ones that have been giving you trouble.
Yeah, I heard through the grapevine.
I might be on the cusp of a deal. A pretty good one for you all. So, the reason I'm taking action now is because if I can get my people set up here, we might be able to work alongside these orcs, not against them. In exchange for our payment of their services, they will flip the script, so to speak, keeping you guys safe from anyone else that might want to take a piece of the pie. Yeah, except you're not the ones paying it. All you gotta do is let us operate. Keep us out of trouble. Make sure my guys don't get hurt. And in return, we handle the less friendly aspects of the deal. Very simple. But does require a bit of understanding.
You know, if orcs were to operate within the city, they would be killed, don't you?
I'm aware. There will have to be some arrangements made. But I can work around the unique limitations.
Well, they couldn't operate within the city. They'd have to be outside of it.
I'm sure they'd prefer it that way anyways.
Payments would have to be unofficial, and not too expensive.
Unofficial is the name of our game.
If the dwarven nobility found out about it, there'd be heads rolling. So we disavow them.
It's a fair concern. But after I am done with my work here, that's my next target.
Yeah, well, don't get too buddy-buddy with the dwarves. Not all of my people are as friendly as I am.
Oh, I'm sure. But, you gotta rub shoulders with a lot of enemies to make it in this business.
I have no issue having orcs or goblins on my ships as long as they can follow the same orders as anybody else.
From what I've seen, they're, capable. A little rough around the edges, but capable.
Yeah, well, who else gets into sailing? The goblins specifically, actually, I would have work for them. For sure. It pays well, too. If the orcs could keep them under control.
Yeah. I will say, they, aren't used to the whole, paying for things part of society. But, I think we can, change their minds.
And what do you get out of this deal, Matteo?
Well, I do my job, and I, well, make this part of the world a little safer. And I, get the opportunity to go a little further. This new lands. Can focus a bit more on my, personal goals.
Alright, let's see what you can do. I'll get you their first operation. We have some diving expeditions going on in the bay. We're looking for some old artifacts in the old city. The one that sunk.
Mm-hmm.
I need people who are small and can swim. The kobolds have been less than helpful, so goblins it is. If you can convince them to function as our divers and the orcs to function as their handlers, I'll put them on boats with crews that can take them out. They can get paid. There's a flat fee and a finder's fee for anything they do come across. Tell them it's like raiding without the guards.
I can work with that.
Once again, though, if they get caught in town, I can't help them.
I'll let them know.
Alright.
Can't fix every problem in a day.
No, but, you can solve that problem for me? We may have business.
You will be hearing from me again, my friend. I'm gonna hold my hand out.
He reaches out and shakes your hand as he smiles and goes, "Hey, don't tell any of the other Finns until you seal the deal, will ya?"
I can keep a secret.
Appreciate it. See yourself out. Tell the bartender I owe you a drink.
Can do. I will make my way out.
You make your way out. Alright. Think I'm happy with that negotiation.
I am as well.
You guys spend your week making your money, enjoying your time.
Did I get to talk to the
yes.
person about
I'm going to get you the gold cost on that.
Gotcha.
So, I swear I had it, and I have lost it. There we go. There it is. Okay. He does sell a clockwork blade inside of a gauntlet, essentially. It is a little pricey. It's 10 GP. Just pricey for a knife, I suppose, not for things in general. But essentially, it would function as a gauntlet. You'd have to wear it on your wrist. You couldn't replace it with another gauntlet without losing the knife. But the knife function would function as a hidden weapon.
I'd have to wear it on my wrist, and I can't use another weapon while it's on my wrist. Is that what you
Once
said?
you pop it out, you won't be able to hold another weapon in that hand. Yeah.
Right, but if it's not popped out, I can still use
Totally
another
fine.
weapon.
Yep.
Okay.
If you ever were to get like magic gauntlets or something, you'd have to replace the knife. Like you couldn't like wear both of those, but
I gotcha.
that will probably be a little ways off. So at least for now, 10 GP if you want to have the switchblade in your gauntlet. People can like look at the gauntlet to identify that there's a blade in it.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. How does that work exactly? Like them identifying that?
It's if they look specifically at your gauntlet, which is only going to happen if they're like searching you or if they think you have one. Then they make a perception check.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'd still like to pay for it myself. Yeah.
All right.
So you said 10 gold
Yep.
pieces.
But it won't. It's not in yet. It's going to take.
Gotcha. No problem.
And I'm going to use that as a way to not have to set it up before.
Yeah, next week. No problem. Sounds good.
In that case, is there any more business before you guys are ready for your negotiations?
I don't think
What are the negotiations?
You guys are supposed to go back and meet the orcs.
Oh yeah, okay, gotcha. Didn't know that was happening tonight. Got it.
I didn't know that was going to happen tonight either.
I
didn't
also
know it was gonna
didn't.
happen, but we're making really good time.
Alrighty.
All right, we're all good.
We were expecting them to be in the dirt and not be our next recruits.
I mean, Goblin Circus sounds fun.
Honestly.
Goofy little goblins.
Just some goofy little guys.
All right. So you all get your stuff done. You make a little money. Re-equip yourselves. Head off. Back to the camp. When you return, it would be a very different scene. This time, the goblins are not running around as if they are completely free to do whatever they wish. As a matter of fact, the goblins are all currently tucked away in the cave. I'm moving things around on the board, so give me a second before I move you guys in. Out front, you would see Krognar, the Inevitable, as well as the 2 orcs that normally flank him. Along with those 2 orcs is one more person who I am making an actor for now.
Nice.
Is the map up? Like, are we supposed to see the map?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I'll bring us over in a minute.
Gotcha.
Before we fully arrive and when we're well out of earshot, Marivin is gonna tell Matteo to, since I'm assuming this will be an orcish, if stuff starts to go really bad, signal in some way. I'll figure it out.
Also, if we could try and get them to converse in common before, that way we could know. That'd be nice too.
All
Man, we skipped the battle the first time, and I really hope we don't fuck this up bad enough to have to do it this time.
Well, we got this.
In the ass.
Sorry, it's taking me just a second because I was not prepared for this yet.
Nice.
Sticking with it, but it's going to take me a second.
I mean, if you need time to prep it, by all means.
No, I got this. I just got to make one more model.
Okay.
And we are good. Perfect. I assume you're not hiding on your way back in again?
No.
Not this time.
Nah.
Alrighty. Well, in that case, I'm just going to I activated it, but I can't move you guys over, I guess.
Give it a minute.
It'll
How's
happen
it loading?
automatically. It just takes it waits till everyone loads to. Ooh, there's more orcs. Oh, hello. Oh,
Hey, I'm at 98%. Fuck you.
Yeah, same here.
it's a big boy. Jesus.
Now, when
I
you
can see on
arrive
the
this
inside now.
time,
Wait.
see a very different
Hold.
scene. Okay,
s-
holding.
Sorry.
I'm gonna move this guy over slightly.
It's taken a minute to load here.
Wait, are there 3 of me?
Are there more than one of you? Are you in some weird place? You are in a weird place. Why are you in there? Go away.
I don't know. There were 3 of me in there.
I only see one of you now.
I only see one.
There was 3.
I'm sorry.
He's having an identity
Of course.
crisis.
There were
Unfortunate loading
3 of
time.
me! I swear!
There we go. Oh, more orcs.
Alright. When you approach, you would see a very different scene than the last time. Krognar is sitting quietly.
Oh no.
His orcs A and B sitting across from what I can only describe as an ochre. Clearly, he is supposed to be an orc, but he is much too large for that. He stands at about 10 feet tall
Jesus.
and about as wide. And you can see from his complexion that he is very, very old. His eyes are gray as if he is starting to go blind, and surrounding him is a cloud of that black powder that you had seen inside the cave last time,
Oh no, hate that.
hovering in the air like smoke coming off of his body.
Can I... Oh, I don't like this. I want to roll some type of knowledge for that.
Well, since you don't know what it is, you don't know what you're rolling, so tell me what you're rolling.
It affected mine, so I'm going to roll knowledge religion.
Let's blind GM roll.
Yep.
If I may I also roll Knowledge Arcana?
You may. Blind GM.
Can I throw knowledge planes in there in case it's?
You may.
Blind GM roll.
Yep.
This is where the fun comes in.
Oh fuck, I have Knowledge Nature too. Oh. Man.
Could I do knowledge local? Why not?
Yeah.
I love having knowledges. I am smart.
Smart.
The next 4 skill ranks I get are probably going to be put into those.
Smart.
Midas, you've heard rumors of this man. He's a local war chief.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. I see a knowledge planes check, but it says it was made by new actor 5.
What the fuck?
Are you sure you rolled it on your own sheet, Braden?
I did roll it on my own sheet.
I see Chronicler, Karter, and Nova
Yeah.
in my
Yeah.
listing.
Was it at a +5?
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, my token is named new actor.
Oh! That's weird. Hold on. That I can fix.
Also, I don't think you have us in, like, a party or anything like that. And I only say that because I'm hovering over them, and their names are question marks for me.
Yeah, everyone except Midas is also a question mark for me.
I
myself.
don't know how to set you up in a party. I have you all marked as the players.
I changed my token's name, so it should say the right thing now. But yeah.
Oh yeah, the same thing is on Moravaint. I actually didn't know it was going to do that.
The tokens have different names than the sheet they're attached to.
Yeah, I forgot that.
My alias is new actor 4.
Uh-huh.
Schnozberry.
What did you say I learned about him?
There you go.
He's a local war chief?
He is a local war chief. That is all you have heard locally. Marivin, Knowledge Arcana. This is not Arcana.
Great.
Moravaint. I would say you have no idea what this is. And Matteo. You're pretty sure this is from the Shadow Plains.
Makes sense.
Gross.
Makes
I don't
sense, and
like
out of my jurisdiction, so I will not worry about it until it becomes a problem.
All right.
I do want to ask one thing. As we're walking up, is it fine if I try and sense motive and see how on guard everyone is?
Yeah. Krognar. Look. Well, yeah. Roll a sense motive. Okay. Krognar seems anxious. The mooks are drinking a lot. And the other guy, you can read nothing.
Lovely.
So, how do you want to approach?
I will approach as I did before, presenting myself well, walking with my cane, and when I get to about here-ish, I am well, can he see me over Grognar or whatever his name was?
Yeah, I can see you.
I will look at the big man and kind of just give a polite bow and say, I'm appreciative that you've made your way here for this. To what? How might I address you, my friend?
For now, you may call me Chief.
Chief it is. Would you like us to sit by the fire, or is here alright?
Have a seat.
I will go around here and sit here.
I would sit over here, and I would use specifically not my lattice to conjure up a little wall for me to lean against.
Specifically not your lattice.
Specifically not my lattice.
Okay. I will say, you are just outside of range of the active swirling smoke. Marivin, you are inside range. It does not seem to have an effect on you. It blows past you. It's like you're in a tiny sandstorm.
It feel evil?
You don't feel anything.
Great.
Does it feel evil?
It's
a fair question, honestly.
I mean, literally, it feels like there's a slight gust of wind and there's sand in it.
Alright.
Actually, no, I'm going to be a bit more specific. At some point, something's going to get in your mouth. It's salty.
Gross.
Very, very salty.
Close the front of my helmet so it can't get in my mouth.
You like breathing, don't you? Well, bad news. It's in the air.
Midas?
Alright. Let's see. I'm gonna stand
close.
We're not in combat, so you can move wherever you'd like.
I gotcha. How do I get it off the measure distance and just to the
Tap
token
the
control?
person, the square next to it. Top left. The, hollow
Okay, got
Yep.
it, yeah. I'll be...
Does the smoke smell like anything?
If you actively try to take a breath in to pull it into your nose, it's like you snorted salt.
Okay. Cool.
Alright, so this gives me vision into the cave, which I can see some goblins, it looks like.
All right. You all take your seat, except for Midas standing by the bridge.
Yep.
And the chief would sit up a little straighter and go, "So, you offered my men a chance at peace."
I did.
And they seemed interested.
They did. And I hope you will see it the same way.
Tell me more about your offer.
Well, I presume you've been told who I am, so I will skip the pleasantries. My associates are trying to gain a foothold in this land. We are not a nation. We are not a seeker of political power. We simply wish to operate here. And as it stands, right now, Beachcrest is a pretty good way to start that operation. And you all seem like very good allies to have.
So you'd like to hire the men?
If possible. And in doing so, foster a better relationship between the people of Beachcrest and your people. Of course, one step at a time, but cities aren't built in a day, you know?
All right. And if they refuse?
Well, if they refuse, we can address that as is needed. Because I've actually talked with one of the higher-ups at the Beachcrest, and I have actually been able to turn in favor of this deal. I got the confirmation he'd be more than willing to work with you and your people. In fact, you... well... The thing I suggested that I imagine we'll be doing is a protection sort of service. Making sure people who aren't under your banner don't try to raid the place. Plus, I imagine fighting other raiders is much more of a challenge than fighting other and kicking the crap out of some fishermen. But the man I spoke to also proposed a other job you all might be able to help with. Say they're trying to bring up some old artifacts from the ruins underwater. And they haven't had a lot of luck with the kobolds. So he thinks the goblins you got kicking around might be pretty helpful. And obviously you all are good at wrangling them. But that's just one job. If it goes well, I'm sure there'll be plenty more opportunities. Both with Beachcrest and with the Silver Tongues.
I give my people direction, I do not speak for them. If Krognar decides to take a life of peace, investigate those ruins, that will be his decision. And it will not reflect on the rest of our clan.
I can respect that.
Nor do I pretend to promise no members of our clan will raid or come at your town. My chieftains have their own authority. I simply offer guidance. Do we understand each other?
I think we understand.
If you are talking with the leaders about a more peaceful time, I wouldn't promise them too much. I would hate to see you get burned.
Well, for what it's worth, peace between Beachcrest and Grognar's people, I doubt would lead to a peaceful time. I know for a fact that the Finns, as they're called, are prepping for war. Trying to...
Watching.
If the relations between the two groups improves by the time they are ready to march, it's entirely possible. Your people willing, and I'm going to gesture to Grognar, they might allow them to march alongside him. And if there's anything I know, there's nothing that brings people together more than fighting together. Trusting another man with your life. I haven't fought in wars per se, but I've been in some pretty bad situations. It builds trust, if anything.
Well, it seems to me that at least for now, Krognar was open to your offer. Know that I will be watching with great interest.
Glad to hear it.
I don't plan to stick around. But before I go, you, Imperial.
I assume he's talking to me.
Yeah. The only
Lock
one
eyes
who's
with him.
actually marked as an Imperial now.
Yeah.
You lock
And only by
eyes.
magic.
He looks at you for a minute and goes, you should be very careful. Consider this a warning.
Damn it, Moravaint, always causing trouble.
Damn it,
My
Morty!
existence is futile.
Your magic and mine won't get along very well. Neither will your people and mine.
Well, if it means anything, I am no longer of that sect. I don't know how much has been said, but I came here to make my own life, not one of theirs. My magic may reek of Imperial, but my motivations do not.
I'm not concerned with the fact that you're an Imperial.
You're concerned with the fact it's lawful.
I'm concerned with the fact you're an Ocram. I gave you your warning. Do with it what you will.
I am
I'm
a
going to
scribe
see
by
this-
profession. Consider it written down.
Hmm?
I am a scribe by profession. Consider it written down.
He would stand up, and the cloud would get a little thicker, and he would begin walking to the bridge, his two bodyguards following closely behind him.
I would stop leaning so much against the wall just in case it, fizzles.
It not only fizzles, unless you are actually fighting the magic, it's going to go out.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to fight it, but I do want to see if I can focus on it and notice anything about it.
The moment that he steps within 10 feet, the moment the swirl hits your magic, it is a direct assault on it. And the closer it gets to him, the more so it affects it. As for what you can detect, there are very few things that counterspell your magic.
Clarify, my protection magic, the one I was using, is not the supernatural. I
Yes.
lattice. My lattices.
Yes, I am aware.
Okay. Did the glass surrounding me fizzle at all?
Yes, both.
Oh, fuck.
Let me get a knowledge religion check.
Okay. Oh, come on, Foundry. Do you want me to add any bonuses to it?
No, just
Because I did it before. Okay.
I factor those into DC.
Okay, that's fair. Pretty sure I was blind.
No doubt in your mind, the salt is a shard of chaos.
Fuck me.
I will let you explain that to the others later. If
we dealt with it in the one-off a little bit.
Very briefly, yes, the dagger was an example of it. Actually,
Yeah.
what am I talking about? You guys should absolutely know.
Yeah, we stole it.
Well,
Yeah,
your families did back in the day.
Right.
But you guys are Imperial. You'd know what a shard of chaos is. A shard of chaos are pieces of a god. A god that was, for all intents and purposes, as close to dead as a god can be. It got revived at the end of the one shot. That was the god that got out. So the salt that is currently flying around him is a piece of that god. He would walk over the bridge, his bodyguards close behind him.
As he is walking away, I'd like to examine him and see if I could find any sense of where the, like, for all intents and purposes, center of that shard of chaos is. Like, I know the salt is, I need to know which part of it.
Interesting. Perception.
I have pretty good perception.
I'll let you both roll. He walked right by both of you.
Yeah, he walked really close to me. Is this a private one?
Blind.
No, it's fine. Either way is fine on this one.
Okay. I rolled blind.
Well, that's
God
funny.
damn.
Nice.
Yeah, you do notice it. Underneath the half robe that he's wearing, you would see a pouch that is blooding out this black salt.
So it's a relatively smaller piece.
About the size of a coin purse.
Got it.
But I will remind you, the size of a shard of chaos does not equivalent to its
The power.
potency.
Yeah.
Shards of chaos take the form of whatever their user would use. If you picked one up, it would become whatever you're accustomed to.
Material component pouch.
So, as they're
All
leaving,
rested.
Frognar would clear his throat and say, "So, I'm in charge now. Boss said so."
I would turn back to him and just kind of sit and stare.
It appears so. We ready to make a deal?
I think we are.
Good to hear.
So, you need some people to go diving, huh?
That's the current plan?
You worried about a body count?
Right now, only as much as you are.
They're goblins. Anyway. If they can pay us well, they'll feed us on the ships. We'll give it a go.
That can be arranged. I'll, get you the details. Do I have like a ledger or letter or something, or?
I assume that you have an ink and paper. I assume.
Yeah,
you
okay.
keep track.
Then I would keep. I literally put in the description of my journal that it's my ledger. So yeah, I'll copy down a copy of the the details in Orcish. I'll translate it. And hand it to him and say, there's the details, the meeting times. For the time being, try not to get spotted by people in the town. They're still a little jittery. But hopefully, if all goes well, and we have more opportunities, that will be less of a risk.
Alright, well, I'll get my boys together and head down to the coast.
Alright.
Just know if they try to screw me, I'm coming after you.
I'm aware.
Just make sure you deal with us before you try and deal with them.
I can work with that.
Oh, trust me, if he screws this up for me, I'll have his head too.
Well, alright then. Sounds like we're in business.
Sounds like we are, and I'll stand up and hold my hand out for him over the orc that's sitting between us.
Orc A would shake your hand. And be like, no, you idiot. He wasn't trying to do that, he was trying to help you up.
when he goes to shake my hand, I will help him up to save face for myself at least, and then I'll go around and then hold my hand out for him.
Krognar would stand up and say, I don't need your help getting up.
I'm actually just trying to shake your hand, but that makes sense.
Oh, sure. He shakes your hand.
Hey, it's a sign
A would lean over to B and say, see, the boss is diplomatic.
You always seal a deal with the handshake. That's what I was taught.
B would lean back. Who taught him that?
I gotta lean down on the 8. A devil did.
The first one would gasp and say, I told you he's a devil. The second one leans over and goes, no, a devil wouldn't tell you they're a devil. That's a fae.
I love these goobers. I'm glad we didn't kill him.
I expected you to kill him. They would hand you some of the meat that's roasting, pat you on the back, and say, you guys head back. We gotta get ready to move.
Alrighty, I'll leave you to it. Good luck out there.
Yeah. I'll grab the fruit, you grab the pillows.
I will.
What?
I will snack on the meat as I head out.
You start heading back to town. Along the way, though, you would see that a massive storm has coalesced.
Ooh.
You would be forced to walk through the absolutely pouring rain.
I
Thunder
will
in the distance, but no sign of lightning.
help put a lattice up above us so that we don't get as wet.
You begin walking back, and along your way back, you would see, just outside the stump, an interesting sight. A small gnome with brilliant white and blue and silver hair, standing completely on end. Outside, in the center of the storm, he is in the only spot where it is not raining. He would look at you all, he would smile, he would wave, and he would gesture to his eyes as if to say, I'm watching you. And lightning would strike, and he's gone.
What the fuck?
Didn't like that.
We're surrounded by very interesting people.
Surrounded by Grenadier Marines!
Surrounded by Grenadier Marines!
Truly is different from the Empire. Other mage would have got killed for that.
Well, let's try not to think about that too hard.
when you get over to the door, Ivy would open it up and gesture you all in and say sorry. Quite a storm.
An interesting character.
What do you mean?
Fuck that.
God.
I expected it, but damn it.
The orcs. There's something I'd like to talk to Teddy about tonight.
Yeah, by all means, we'll arrange it. Why don't you guys grab a bite? I assume everything went well, because I don't see any blood.
Went very
No
well,
scars
actually.
on our end or theirs.
I
Still
suspect
salty
you
face.
won't have to be dealing with them anytime soon. At least not in a negative way.
Oh, I suppose that's good to hear. Wish we could have paid him back for all the mead, but yeah, well.
Past is the past. Then again, I'm
You
not
know
the
we
one that
don't
got
have
robbed,
much
so
of
meh.
We don't have much past ourselves anyway. Actually, that's a good question. Braden, do you have knowledge nature?
I do not.
Okay, never mind. Continue.
I do, if that applies to
Promise it's
everything.
not relevant. That was very specifically for him.
Okay.
Just realized I should have mentioned it earlier. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. They would get through the service as usual. You'd be given your food without charge as usual. You'd be given your drinks without charge as usual.
Racking up a lot of debt here.
Are you gonna tell
Oh
them?
yeah, we're doing jobs.
We're working for them. We're being compensated for our work.
Are you gonna ask Mesquite why they're not charging you?
Uh,
You mentioned it several times.
Marivin won't ask it, but he definitely won't drink that much. Or eat that much, for that matter.
Is it on your mind?
That's an
Marvin
alarming
should.
way to ask that.
Yeah, right. Like that. That's why you're not gonna eat a lot. Is because you're specifically trying not to.
Yeah.
Yeah, she brings you extra.
Get called out.
Just,
I love Mesquite.
I mean, can one of us ask her why? Would there be a reason why we're not going to ask her why?
just like, Marivin would feel it would be rude.
If you're asking if you're allowed to, Cam, you can do whatever you want.
No, I'm asking, like, why there'd be a reason why we wouldn't ask her why. Like, what is the negative consequence of asking her why we're not getting charged for food?
Negative consequences. You'd have to pay.
There might not. Yeah. There also just might not be, but no one really cares to.
You can if you want.
Matteo doesn't give a shit. If you want to, you can.
Yeah, why not?
All right.
I'll do it.
How are you gonna phrase that? She's at the bar.
Okay, Mesquite. We've been eating here for multiple days. We've been drinking here for multiple days. Why are we not getting charged for a single drop or a single bite of food?
Well, there's two reasons. We have 3 people who came off a boat a week ago. No home, no family, few friends. You deserve to be able to eat, don't you?
Yeah, it's just a little odd from where we come from for someone to do that out of the good nature of their heart.
Well, appreciate that you're in a new world then. As for Matteo, I was specifically told not to charge him.
Just gonna give a little hand gesture.
Yeah.
A
well,
shrug.
Can I only do perception once a day? Is that
no,
right?
you can do it again.
Okay, so like I could do it to like get a sense of if she's being honest with me or not?
Sense motive. That's sense motive.
Oh, okay, that's sense motive. Yeah, sense motive.
If it's about a person, sense motive. It's about a thing, perception.
Thing perception. Yeah. I'm not gonna worry about it.
All right. Well, she continues to feed you. She continues to give Matteo a hard time. What else is new?
Mm-hmm.
And that night, Teddy would come out and sit down. You can see he is absolutely drenched. I mean, sopping wet. He's making puddles on the floor.
You doing all right, big
Dry
guy?
this man off.
Oh, sorry. Storms. You know how it is.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. The tree can use the water. Sit down.
I'm sorry.
The tree is hungry.
Such a fucking dad thing to say, dude.
It's
Okay.
almost like that's the theme of the character.
Yeah.
I got a question, Snowbell. Is wet bear as bad as wet dog?
I don't know the answer to that.
Why would Snowbell know about that?
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say the entire place smells of fresh flowers, so no.
Checks.
He would sit down, grab his extra large mug of good berry mead, and begin drinking. Say, so, Matteo, how'd it go?
It went quite well. Made some leeway. Got a nice deal going on. I'd say things are looking pretty good for this whole situation. And I think if you do end up dealing with them in the future, it'll be under much better terms.
Well, that's good to hear. I don't have to look forward to a visit from your boss anytime soon, do I?
Not as far as I know.
Alright. Do me a favor and warn me.
I'll keep that in mind.
Appreciate it. You meet my old friend?
I did. Kinda creepy, not gonna lie.
Yeah, well, he's not at his best. You see what I mean?
Yeah, he's let himself go.
Did he always have the
Shard of Chaos.
The what?
Isn't that what it was called?
So that's a new edition.
That's
That-
probably why he was
Yes.
alive for so long.
That would explain it.
Y'all talking about the sand?
Yes.
Yeah, the pocket sand.
Did you think that was natural?
I knew it was magic, but I didn't think it was anything too weird.
One of the few things that can get rid of my magic. Which is a problem.
Yeah, that's not too good.
No, that is quite the development.
Also, what do you know about gnomes that control lightning?
He would start to laugh very deeply and very loudly. As you said that, Violet would peek her head up from behind the bar and say, "Uncle Harold?"
What?
Gnome controls lightning, and she starts to go back down behind the bar, and Teddy holds.
Wait a minute, hold. What does Uncle Harold look like?
He's short, like me. He has tall hair. It's really, really pretty.
What color is it?
Blue.
And white?
Yeah.
He said he'd be watching us. And to clarify, that was directed towards Teddy.
Violet would shrink down behind the counter again, and Teddy.
Thank you, Violet.
Teddy would nod and say that would be Harold. He is an old friend. Doesn't come around much anymore.
Why was he outside?
Well, apparently to watch you.
Is he someone we should be worried about?
Can we trust him?
I don't think he has any reason to dislike you right now. So I wouldn't worry. He's from the same circle as me. He didn't leave.
And your other old friend, the war chief.
Yeah.
For my own benefit, would you be able to tell me his name?
I don't think I should do that.
Is there any way like we could persuade him to? Would that be like
That would be a diplomacy check.
Matteo, like Mateo's thing?
I'm not Brian.
Okay.
Mateo doesn't give a shit. Mateo
And
knows
honestly,
he's going to find out when he needs to find out.
Yeah.
And currently he doesn't need to find out.
He doesn't need to find out, so he's certainly not going to fuck around.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
exactly. If the man who actually knows him personally says you shouldn't do that, I'ma trust him. Until I need that name, I'm not fucking with it.
Well, you have fed us, kept us housed. I will not pry further.
Appreciated. Someday you'll hear the stories, I'm sure. Let an old man have a restful night, will you?
Not while I'm around. I'm gonna take a big ass fucking swig that I know I can't handle.
Oh, trust me,
Constitution
Matteo, I know that there's no rest when you're involved.
Hey.
About Harold, I
Sorry.
wouldn't be too concerned. He's a bit of a wallflower. He likes to watch. He shouldn't
Wow.
cause you too much trouble.
Are there perks of being that? Sorry.
Pot?
That storm was his way of watching. He
I
can,
can watch through the rain?
to an extent. It's not perfect, but he can see you coming a mile away.
Maybe I could learn a thing or two.
His magic and yours are incompatible.
I believe it.
Chaotic.
Most druids in the area are. I'm not going to pretend my magic is lawful either.
Does it need to be?
No.
I think any magic is good. Well, in good hands.
I trust that me and Moravaint won't have too much of an issue. But I get
You
my
think-
magic from a very different source than he does.
You've been kind to us and have held your word up thus far. That's good enough for me.
Well, I do appreciate a few good rules. Anyway, that's enough shop talk, I think. We should probably call it for the night. Matteo, you're going to be very busy with those orcs soon.
Gonna be busy with a lot of people soon.
I
Gonna
look forward to seeing
wink at Teddy.
What?
Not like that, you fuckers!
I didn't know you were into bears.
Silence, furry!
A man or a bear?
I'll have
Jeez.
Mesquite keep an eye out for any more contracts for you, if you're interested.
It would be appreciated.
She does take a fee, of course. Just a percentage.
I wouldn't expect them to do it for free.
Well, alright then. I do appreciate you all handling that issue for me.
Yeah, and I appreciate, turning to Matteo, that you are so versed in the way of your words that that we didn't have to spill any blood.
That's what I do. And negotiate.
Alright.
I'm a devil by trade.
I'm a diplomat by trade.
Teddy would pat the table, shaking the floor, slowly stand up and say, well, I've had my fill of the evening. I'm a little socialed out.
Rest up, big guy.
If you do decide to go looking for Harold, you can look for the storm. It follows.
That's ominous.
Well, it's his.
If you say we can trust him, I say we can trust him.
I never said you could trust him. I just said you have no reason to worry.
Good enough for now.
Duly noted.
Good night, guys. I'm going to turn in.
Until tomorrow.
He would get up and head off. The other siblings would slowly begin to filter out. And Violet would come running out of the back with a fresh bouquet of flowers. Setting them on the table, nodding and running away.
Fantastic.
I think that is about as good a stopping spot as any.
Yeah.
Unless anyone has any last-minute business to attend to.
Nope.
All right. Well, then with that, we conclude the first session of the new campaign.
Sounds good. Will the other people be with us in the next session?
We only have one more player coming.
Oh, I thought it was two.
There were supposed to be 3 more, but 2 of them quit.
Gotcha.
So we have one more player who will be playing the final child of Teddy.
Oh, okay.
Fun.
Mm-hmm.
And we will meet them next time.
Next time on Quasar Questers. Thanks
I
for
think
watching.
congratulations.
I don't know why I turned into Matt Pat for a second there.